Take me to another place where the fairy tales don't end. Magical, magical land, magical, magical land. To another place where the fairy tales don't end. Magical, magical land, magical, magical land, magical, magical land.
One, two, one, two, one, two.
I can stand that you ain't here with me. My life's a mess, all because of you. Need you now to be right beside me. 7 days and 20 hours since you left. Different ways, your voice keep popping in my chest. And I still hope, I hope you're coming back soon. You're coming back soon. Take me to another place where the fairy tales don't end. Magical, magical land, magical, magical land. To another place where the fairy tales don't end. Magical, magical land, magical, magical land, magical, magical land. Magical, magical land. Magical, magical land. Take me to another place where the fairy tales don't end. Magical, magical land, magical, magical land. To another place where the fairy tales don't end. Magical, magical land, magical, magical land, magical, magical land. To my life, did you feel another star? You fade away, afraid your aim is out of sight. Wanna see you alive. Where are you now? Where are you now? Where are you now? Was it all in a fantasy? Where are you now? We were imaginary.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our 2023 MICT SETA Stakeholder Engagement. This is a series of stakeholder engagements that have been taking place across the country. We kickstarted these sessions in Bloemfontein, and that was then followed by Polokwane. And last week, we were in the Windy City, Gqeberha. So we are quite excited to be here today to share this day, and thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedules to be with us. I know a couple of us have attended the previous stakeholder engagements, which seem quite a lifetime ago with COVID that has taken place, but I guess we are very excited and appreciative of the fact that things are now back to normal. My name is Xabiso Machigiza, and I will be directing the program for today. And I'm not alone. We are going to be graced by the chairperson of the MICT SETA board, Mr. Simpiwe Thobela, who will make his way shortly. The CEO as well will introduce him formally when he arrives. Speaking of the CEO, Mr. Matume Madibana has been at the helm of the MICT SETA since May 2022. So he's just under a year as the new CEO of the MICT SETA. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please assist me to welcome him and give him a round of applause? As you can see, we also do have a panel of presenters, our team from head office, from learning programs, SSP, ETQA, as well as our 4IR division are also here. As I introduce them, Mr. Ernest Nemogabini is our senior manager for learning programs. Can we please give him a round of applause? Seated next to Ernest on the right-hand side is Ms. Buntle Mukwena, who is our senior manager for sector skills planning. In our audience, ladies and gentlemen, we are also joined by our Senior Manager, Education, Training and Quality Assurance, Ms. Natalie Nelson, and Ms. Gugu Sema, who is our Senior Manager for 4IR, who is also seated at the front on my left-hand side. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are aware, the ICT and the media sector plays quite a crucial role in driving economic growth, increasing productivity, and improving the life of people around the world. However, in our country, we face unique challenges when it comes to developing skills needed to effectively leverage ICT as well as media. These challenges include inadequate infrastructure, they include limited access to technology, and a shortage of skills in professional ICT. Therefore, it is essential that we come together as a sector to explore innovative solutions and strategies to address these challenges and build a workforce that is capable of driving our country's development. The role, therefore, of government, of industry, and academia in driving ICT skills development and creating opportunities becomes even more critical. By working together and harnessing the power of the sector in which we operate, we can unlock the full potential of our country and create a brighter future that is inclusive, sustainable, and prosperous for all our citizens. Therefore, our panel will be discussing a range of topics ranging 4IR, sector skills planning, learning programs, as well as quality assurance. We will also have a presentation from the QCTO. This presentation will be a virtual presentation. They will be joining us from Johannesburg and presenting the qualifications framework. I urge you all, please, to participate in the discussions through our program. Our program is divided into two sections. The first section will look at an overview from the CEO, or rather, we will receive an overview from the CEO, and he will just give us a keynote address, followed by an overview of sector skills planning, followed by learning programs, and then thereafter, we will conduct the engagement session. The second session will then be followed by a presentation from our 4IR division, our quality assurance division, as well as mentioned, the QCTO presentation. We will also gain some closing remarks from the chairperson of the board once he joins us. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, just before I think we kickstart our session, just for house rules, understanding that we are operating in a digital world and everything happens in the palm of our hands, if we can just keep our cell phones on silent. But we would also like to extend this discussion and this conversation and the session online. Please do share all your thoughts from the presentation on our social media platforms, and the hashtag to use there is MICT Stakeholder 2023. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I will ask our CEO, Mr. Madume Madibana, to come up and provide us his opening address. May we give him a round of applause.
Thanks very much, Abiso. I seem to be very tall, realizing after Abiso left the podium. Thanks, and it's lovely to see how Cape Town takes MICT SETA program serious. This is, I think it's reasonably the biggest audience thus far, ever since we started with our and I'm going to ask you to give yourself another round of applause, because I learned that you arrived here, some of you arrived here at 8 o'clock. That's amazing. It's actually inspiring that people take these things of skills development so serious, and that's what we need, in our people, so that we collectively change the current landscape. In fact, before I even take you through what I need to take you through, which is not going to take a lot of your time, I read an article about 5 days ago, which should sort of trigger us, to re-energize accordingly and to do 5 times more than what we have been doing, because it actually talks to all of us who are in this hall. It says chronic ICT skills shortage deepens amid skills recycling. And then interesting areas of the article says South African organizations are falling into the continuous trap of recycling ICT skills, and an era that is worsening the ICT skills death and strangling the country's digital economy. It went on, it's a study. It's a study by SAP on Africa's report. The study, conducted by research firm Vincent Bourne, unravels the challenges and opportunities for African organizations seeking greater fourth industrial revolution skills availability. It is based on a survey of enterprise and mid-market companies across Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa. According to the report, there has been no improvement in South Africa's chronic shortage of all types of ICT skills across almost all sectors. In fact, the ICT skills gap continues to widen, hindering the continent's digital transformation efforts. That's what the study reveals. It's a very interesting article that basically says we need to double, if not triple, our effort towards accelerating digital skills and ensuring that we massify these skills to as many young people of this country as possible, but also the employed, to avoid skills obsolescence in every space. Let me make my official acknowledgements. The chairperson of MICT SETA is probably going to arrive at any time. He got lost a little bit for the parking in particular. But he will be here very soon. And I acknowledge him in absentia. And let me further acknowledge QCTO. They've been with us in this journey to ensure that they address areas that really have to do with QCTO, which are fundamental to all of you as skills development providers and those who do other roles within the SETA space beyond skills development provision. Let me further acknowledge my senior management team. I've got senior manager responsible for SSP, one for ETQA, as we alluded to, senior manager for IR, senior manager learning programs, and there are also colleagues who are attached to marketing and comms who made it a point that this event is eventually what it is now. And let me indicate, ladies and gentlemen, respectfully, that we are just one of those 21 SETAs in the country established in terms of the Skills Development Act of 1998, and in the main to provide, to facilitate an enabling climate for skills development. And we actually are there to drive those kind of programs that have got to do with a whole new culture, a culture of innovation, because we believe with conviction that gone should be those times wherein we've got to do business as usual. Business as usual doesn't create opportunities. Hence, most of you might have noticed that we developed a number of 4IR-related programs over the past 24 months. I think a total of 39 4IR-related programs collaboratively with industry partners, and they were championed under QCTO. Those programs seek to respond to what the industry requested and identified as critical programs to change the current landscape whilst responding to the 4IR imperatives. It's quite a number of programs. My colleague Gugu Sema, Senior Manager responsible for 4IR, would articulate a number of areas that falls into that scope, and you'll see as to why, as MICT SETA, we took a firm resolution through the board that whatever we do in terms of curriculum should not only be properly aligned or realigned through our ETQA, but should also move towards ensuring that the programs that we develop are as responsive as possible, so that we don't find ourselves contributing to the challenges that are facing our young people. I wouldn't want to articulate those challenges. We know them very well, and part of why we exist as MICT SETA is to address some of the national development plan priorities, creating a capable developmental state, ensuring that the current challenges facing our country, ranging from unstable energy. You know, when you are in a hall like this, you are not sure as to whether things will be what they are until the end. that unstable energy, your climate change, amongst other challenges, inequalities that keep rising, poverty, amongst others, including crime. It has skyrocketed for some weird reason during this time, and a whole lot of other challenges. So we think and strongly believe that one amongst other critical ingredients towards addressing these challenges in a more sustained manner is by ensuring that we provide that enabling climate which provides responsive future skills being offered in a much more timely manner. Ensure that in the process we facilitate enabling climate equally for increased research and development such that more and more people are capacitated irrespective of where they are geographical. That's why you see us moving from one province to another, one region to another, because we believe with conviction that in the process of facilitating that enabling climate, no one should be left behind on the basis of where they are geographically. So we are all over the country, and that is despite the limited resources that we have as a skills development machinery of government. Our agenda to address some of these challenges, ladies and gentlemen, by harnessing and enhancing human potential to avoid what I said to a skills obsolescence, is at the heart of what our collective effort should achieve. It's not something that MICT SETA will achieve alone, far from it. Without you, or we will not exist. But we are brought together by the so-called learners. Learners are at the center of our relationship. Hence, whatever we do, we must ensure that we don't compromise that critical stakeholder called a learner. And in my overview, I'll just hint a few areas which will be emphasized by the senior manager responsible for learning programs for better understanding, just around you as stakeholders. There are stakeholders who do very well, but there are stakeholders who continue to disappoint us in implementing programs, but also ensuring that they oblige to the contractual terms and conditions and push us to a point where we terminate contract. And termination of contract is costly because we would have paid someone money, and then we've got to pay lawyers. The money that should be channeled to skills development now is channeled to learners to ensure that that money which was paid has to be recovered. That's a sad news amongst others that we tend to encounter. And we wish, seeing that we have quite a larger stakeholder base in Cape Town, there should be no terminations in Cape Town. Do we have any terminations, Ernest, in Cape Town? Just one. Give yourselves a round of applause. That's what we want. You know, we don't want to terminate contracts because it costs these learners time. It is effort going to these classes, hoping that you will eventually acquire something that would put bread on the table, only to have the contract terminated and to restart the entire process afresh. And then lawyers get involved, and then we've got to report someone to National Treasury such that they get registered on National Treasury database of those who do what they shouldn't do when it comes to doing business with government. So all these efforts, ladies and gentlemen, and interventions through various learning programs that will be articulated extensively by my colleagues are researched through our internal sector skills planning, collaboratively with broader stakeholders. It's not something that is one-sided. You'll see as colleagues present that our processes are very collaborative. They are such that they are very inclusive in nature. Because industry partners tend to contribute much more to what we eventually do and have to achieve. And that is just mainly to ensure that whatever we offer is as responsive, not only to digital economy and the future of work, but what would take us to the next level in terms of growing our economy. There's a number of plans of government, overarching plans and strategies, whether you talk your National Development Plan, your ERRP, Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, whether you talk your National Skills Development Plan, and your white paper on post-school education and training. All of these overarching pieces of strategies and plans equally talk to what we developed internally at MICT in terms of the integrated digital skills strategy. But we also have what we call a rural development strategy that was flowing from the integrated digital skills strategy. All of this talk to one common denominator, which is ensuring that whatever we do, it's more collaborative, it's more inclusive, and we do achieve that by fostering strategic, mutually beneficial partnership with our social partners, eventually to achieve a reasonable level of the economic growth. Further to that, ladies and gentlemen, we are alive to the limited financial resources that continue to haunt us. And the intention is to ensure that most of you might have noticed we give smaller numbers. And the rationale behind why we give smaller numbers is because we want to cover as many people as possible. And we have conviction that people shall share. It wouldn't make sense for us to give one person bigger numbers. And you'll notice when senior manager learning programs presents that we are bound to what we call annual targets. Whilst you talk annual targets, there's also limited budget. The budget is so limited that we approach other funders, whether it's your National Skills Fund or your Unemployment Insurance Fund, so that we could garner more resources for you, so that we do what will have greater impact on the ground. So we continue to approach right necessary proposals to these strategic funders, so that we can increase what is in our kitty. And one issue, technical, that one should allude to, the growth of MICT is unfortunately at SMME level instead of at your large companies would have very little to contribute in terms of the levies. And we wish more companies can come to the fore towards contributing to our levies, so that we can do more collectively. So that's the journey that we have to walk, the journey of digital transformation, walking it together, and it's a journey that is very much agile and requires that element of flexibility. It's a fast-moving target, because when companies innovate, they don't negotiate. They innovate and get people sometimes, unfortunately, would throw those whose skills are obsolete out. And our role in the process is to ensure that we build that capacity and that realignment to what talks to the future. So we need to do a lot more, ladies and gentlemen, in a more targeted and deliberate way as possible, so that no one is left behind in this broader vision to achieve what we call digital inclusivity and massification of much needed digital skills. So we need to further ensure that in the process, our curriculum is as all-inclusive as possible, and it's a matter that we should continue to achieve greatly with your contributions when some of these qualifications get developed. But further to that, we need to ensure that our curriculum becomes more inclusive, even in terms of exposing our young people to basic business plans, just beyond what they are meant to study. Because some of them are not necessarily cut to be employees, but if we don't get to expose them to things like business plan, just how to pitch an idea to a prospective venture capitalist, things like product development processes, ensure that issues of cost management, amongst other things, as just basics around that, get taught. Issues around marketing, whether you talk digital marketing or e-related marketing, understanding, amongst other things like IP. It's very important that as we expose them to whatever we expose them, we also expose them to that value of having an exclusive license to a product or service, such that they understand the importance of, amongst other things, such so that we produce entrepreneurs more in the process as opposed to those who will consume jobs, because the more entrepreneurs we create, the more they would create jobs and the better things would be, because we should move beyond being a consumer state and get to where we as South Africa can export some of the solutions developed locally. You'll realize when Ms. Gugusema presents, we've got 4 researchers across various higher learning institutions, across various universities, deliberately because we have conviction that they are thought leaders that we have, and we should optimize in their expertise such that they mentor these young people when they do research, as we fund them. Your doctoral and master studies, they develop some of these solutions. It can't be that all the solutions that we use as an emerging economy are imported to us, and we continue to be on the consumption side when we should get to a point where I believe we should migrate to the manufacturing, production, and development side. So we intend through this session, ladies and gentlemen, to give that appropriate capacity because we have realized that there are some stakeholders who still experience challenges in terms of our processes, in the process fail to meet our timelines, which obviously affect our overarching targets that we would have agreed to with our executive authority, which is Department of Higher Education and Training through the minister. That's why I'm saying our processes are such that they are all inclusive. If you don't submit documents on time, you can be rest assured, one way or the other, they're going to affect our performance targets in the process. And non-submission, it's even worse because it's definitely going to paralyze the entire value chain in the long run, such that we don't get what we are expected to get. Our targets, we should actually meet them 100%. Last year we got 90% and only did proper checks and balances of why we failed to meet that target. It was because of non-submission of some of the material documents that should be submitted. Those compliance documents come very, very handy in enabling us to meet our overarching targets. Most of you noticed we have had challenges with regards to our learner management system. It's still a challenge, but the decision that the board took was very direct to say we had a learner management system that we paid as an entity, and because we believe in innovation, let's through a partnership or collaboration with TUT get to a point where we develop our own system. That system gets developed by our own learners who are doing your master's and doctoral studies, and that system is at its tail end in terms of development phase. The SSP module, it's 100%, your LPD, it's 100%, and ETQA, it's almost at its end. They're currently at migration stage. So we'll be using a system that is tailor-made for our user needs as per the contributions that would have been made broadly. Believing with conviction that we cannot continue to buy, unfortunately, systems that do not really add value and continue to have challenges. Most of you, I'm sure, you've been with MICT SETA for some time. We've always had challenges for the past 4 years or more, and it doesn't help. Hence, we resolved that let's develop our own system, and if it has got to be improved with time, let it be. That kind of a process. So that's where we are, ladies and gentlemen, and we believe that we believe in SMMEs. Let me indicate that. That's why 60% of our budget, you'll realize when Ernest presents, 60% of our DG budget is channeled to strictly your small, medium enterprises, because we have that strong conviction that we've got to support these MMEs and women-led businesses. And I see differently compared to where we were, there's quite a number of women in here, which gives a very good sign that they are here, and MICT SETA supports them. Please give them a round of applause. So as a MICT, we believe really with strong conviction that our youth are capable of building these amazing and groundbreaking innovations if appropriately supported and mentored. And large and medium companies are encouraged to actively participate in this journey by setting up more digital skills centers. We need more digital skills centers, more digital skills hubs across the country, wherein research and innovation will be the order of the day, such that we shift to a whole new culture of innovation. If you put it up as a medium or large company, we will continue to support your deliverables in terms of the programs that you offer. So we need and plead with companies to take up, absorb our graduates, because MMEs do not have all the appropriate capacity to absorb. So we plead with these medium and large companies to ensure that they have high absorption rate of our graduates, and that way would be making greater impact, even in terms of the required experience. I know he doesn't want hands to be clapped when he comes in, but please give him a round of applause. He's the chairperson of the board. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would have failed ineffectively discharging my duties if I don't make mention of our reality that there are stakeholders who continue to let us down. This must be emphasized. They said one in Cape Town was terminated. We wish there should be no one. It's a rotten potato. We don't want rotten potatoes. I mean, if one out of the entire stakeholder base, Kleki, how many stakeholders we have roughly in Cape Town? Yes. No, in general. Yeah, see, just one person. And that says a lot. It means you people in Cape Town, you believe in doing things right, which is highly encouraging. I wish all those who are doing wrong can change, but also learn in the process. You know, that element of cross-pollinating ideas and sharing best practices is very important, particularly you are emerging SMMEs. It's very important that you don't stand alone and operate in your silos, because you will make mistakes. Link up with those who have been in the space, share ideas, and learn from them, so that you keep doing what is right. Otherwise, you will hate MICT SETA, because we would have no option but to terminate as per the contractual terms and conditions. And I said, like earlier on, we hate the ripple effect of termination, because it's costly on the end. The money, limited resources, by the way, that should be channeled for skills development is now channeled for other things that we really do not want. Like I said, as a team of colleagues would give you overarching views through presentations from your sector skills planning, which actually is our blueprint, because the sector skills plan is what we eventually have to deliver over a period of a year. So they'll give you a perspective, including what then determines the skills, the critical skills to the sector, what they refer to as future skills. ETQA is there. Will also give you a perspective from issues that would also be articulated by QCTO pertaining to your accreditations, assessor and moderator, qualifications, realignment, and those related issues. And LPD will come through to articulate our targets and the budget related issues, constraints thereof. And you realize that our targets are such that if we were to give you 50-50, as you are in Cape Town, that will be the entirety of our targets for the year, and we forget about the rest of the other regions. Hence, we will give you those small numbers. Google will articulate from FIRE perspective a number of programs or qualifications that we we developed from your artificial intelligence, your cybersecurity, data science, and a whole range of many others that really talk to 4IR. And then let me, through your permission, allow you to take over the podium. And with those few words, please make use of this session and learn as far as possible, even during lunchtime, those things that you wouldn't have found clear in an open session. Interact with colleagues so that you get that better understanding such that we continuously improve in our processes. Thank you very much. Have a lovely session.
Thank you, CEO. A true dichotomy of words that the CEO has used in terms of providing sobering yet encouraging words, particularly, from the Western Cape region. I think all in all, he's given the green light to ensure that we continue to deliver skills development interventions and taking into consideration aspects of collaboration, inclusivity, as much as there is not much to provide as stakeholders would want, but I think there's enough to share in the skills development pie. And I think just to recap, he also touched on the fact that, as a SETA, we are an enabler in the skills development environment. As much as our key role is to ensure that there's a facilitation of skills development, the delivery thereof lies in the broader ecosystem, and obviously without industry, yourselves, academia, that obviously is not possible. So collaboration, partnerships become very critical. Thank you so much, CEO. And I suppose just before I move to our next presenter, who is also a woman, as the CEO has highlighted that as a SETA, we do support women-led SMME entities. So I think we need to ensure that we carry on supporting women. Ms. Buntle Mukwena will be delivering the SSP overview. I will give over to her. Thank you. Can we give her a round of applause?
Thank you, Xabiso. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, CEO, and my colleagues in the audience. It's actually great to be in Cape Town. This is my first Cape Town stakeholder engagement. And I'm also glad to see all the faces in the room, as I get many calls and emails from stakeholders asking for assistance on many things. So my name is Buntle Mukwena. I'm the Senior Manager, Sector Skills Planning at MICT SETA. So the purpose of my job here today is to take you through the work that we do as the SSP division and how it relates to you, also, and how important it is in terms of the information that we get from you. So I'm also guessing that most people in the room today are skills development facilitators, training managers, etc., etc. I'm not going to dwell on that, so I will just explain the purpose of our department and what we do. I'll touch a bit on OFO codes. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time today to go through the OFO in detail, but I would love to come back in the future and do a presentation on the OFO. And we are also hoping that soon enough, CEO, I'm told that the testing for the system is almost at the end, or the migration, so soon enough, we will be embarking on another drive to actually take you through the system in terms of the new system, how you onboard, how you add other SDFs if you have more than one SDF in organization, how you access your data from the previous financial years, also how you upload the bulk Excel spreadsheet that we have taken you through. We've had the online SDF sessions or WSP ATR sessions in February, so I hope most of you attended those, because that means you're already working on your WSP ATR submission for this year. but also to share with you the good news. I have asked our chairperson and the board to allow you to get a blanket extension and submit your WSP ATR this year at the end of May. You will not need to write a letter requesting an extension. The system will be open up until the end of May, so that you have enough time to work on your submission. I think we do deserve a round of applause for that. So we are the department that is responsible for mandatory grants or the submission of your WSP ATR. If you know, submitting your WSP ATR means you are claiming back the 20% of your mandatory grant. If you do not submit it, it means you will not get your 20% back. Okay, so that's the critical part about the WSP ATRs. As I said, I wouldn't want to touch a lot on the OFO codes because this is quite a technical thing that needs a bit of time. I don't have time today, but just to say that you need to use OFO codes for 2021 when you are currently populating your Excel spreadsheets in terms of the bulk uploads, and just have a general understanding of the OFO, because the OFO is a set of occupations, it's not a set of jobs. The OFO groups the occupations which are linked to several jobs. So the occupation is actually the set of tasks that you do, as opposed to a job, which is just a title or a job title. So we also find stakeholders who would like to add certain occupations on the OFO within our sector. And when we review, we realize this is just a job title, it's not an occupation. So there's that difference, but we just need time to take you through that. We also have specializations and alternative titles in the OFO. They speak specifically to that because you find there's only one occupation, but it's linked to many alternative titles and many specializations. So that will need a bit of time. Our position is that the less occupations we have on the OFO, the better. We need to have less occupations so that we can have one. We have not such a big OFO because there's a lot of confusion, but the inputs we get from the sector, you as the sector will indicate if you have something that you feel is a new occupation or you feel like it must be an occupation on its own, you need to motivate for that. And that submission is taken to the DHEAD, and the DHEAD has a team of experts for that particular occupation, depending which sector it falls under. Then the DHEAD will go through that and they will make a determination if it must be an occupation or if it is just a job title. So that's what I want to say about the OFO. So you will be using 2021 OFO in your submission. So also briefly on WSP ATRs, as I have indicated, I'm responsible for the WSP ATR submissions at MICT SETA. So all the queries around WSP ATRs are handled by my team. So as I've indicated, if you do not submit your WSP ATR, you are not able to get your 20% back. So that is an incentive that DHEAD has put in place to allow us to be able to get sector information from you. So that information is very critical for us because it gives us insights into the sector that we would not normally get. As you are the companies or the employees with those data, we know that that data is very reliable. We know that we can use that data in our planning. So part of the work that we do research on a document called the Sector Skills Plan. So that is the foundation for the SETA in terms of what direction it will take in any particular financial year. So as part of the work that we do in the Sector Skills Plan, we do research in terms of skill supply and skills demand in the labor market for the MICT sector. So that document allows us to find out what are the skills needs that you have as employers, what is the supply in the sector, is the supply enough to meet the demand, do you also have the right qualifications in place to meet the demand that you have, are there any emerging occupations, or are there occupations that are currently not available, but that you will need in the future? So that is part of the work that we do as research. That information, once it has been done, we draft a document called the Sector Skills Plan. which has 6 chapters. I will not dwell into all the chapters, but I will go through the critical chapters where I will illustrate how we use your information. So the chapter 1 is called the sector profile. So this is the information that we get from the WSP-ATR. So this is our main data sources. This is 70% of the data that we use for the work that we do. So this information profiles the sector, as you can see. Before I get there, I just want to give you a brief overview of the process that we follow in terms of developing the SSP. So we actually review the previous last year's SSP. We also look into your WSP-ATR data. Remember that data, if you're familiar with the OFO, we have a term that we use 6-digit level. So that is at the employee level. So the information you submit to us is actually per employee in terms of a particular OFO code linking it to a particular individual in your organization. So we're able to know how many employees you have, what are their skills levels, what is their education levels, what is their age, what is their race, where are they in the country in terms of different provinces, et cetera, et cetera. So that's how we use the information. So from that information, we do a sector profile. So we're profiling the sector, and we're able to get insights in terms of where the gaps are, where the demand is, where there has been any movement, and where there hasn't been any movement. And remember, the main role of our SETA is transformation. So we're trying to give those who would not normally have access to our sector access in terms of learning programs, internships, work experience, work integrated learning, et cetera, et cetera. So we need to give those that would not necessarily have access. So that's part of transformation. We also need to see them move up in terms of where they started and where they are after doing an MICT SETA program or MICT SETA intervention. So in order for us to track those learners who have completed our learning programs in the past, we have what we call tracer studies. So we actually embark on a tracer study every year where we go back to a particular cohort and ask them several questions to find out where they were before and where they are currently. Have they been able to find a job? What is their experience in the workplace? Have they been able to improve their life? Have they been able to get a better paying job? Ultimately, that's the main goal. So we also would like to learn as MICT SETA to find out what is it that we're doing that we can improve on? Are there things that we can improve on in terms of attracting learners to our programs? Also in terms of learners starting a program with us and then completing it, because we find that there are those learners who actually don't stay. They start a program, within 3 months they're gone. We've also made an investment in that learner. So the tracer study also helps us 2 ways, and also for us to improve our learner offerings. And also we know that the main issue around learners sometimes not staying is the stipend. It could be a stipend that is not enough. It could be a stipend that is not paid on time. So that are all those critical issues that can affect a learner to actually drop off the program. So basically that's what we do. So we do those WSP-ATR analysis. We also do focus groups. So you'll see that we'll come back again to the Western Cape. That will be around June, July, where we share with you the preliminary findings from the research that we would have done, and share with you what are the findings, and also get your inputs just to confirm that what you have actually indicated in your WSP-ATR is actually correct in terms of telling us which are those occupations that are hard to fill, which are those that have taken you long to fill, and maybe you have still not filled them, et cetera, et cetera. So we use that information to draft a list that is called the Sectoral Occupations Priority List. So this list is also critical for us because it's one of the data sets that DHET uses in collaboration with the Department of Home Affairs to issue work permits for those skills that you would have said they're hard to find or they are not available in South Africa. So we must be very careful when we complete the WSP-ATRs in terms of how we complete it, to say a skill that might be here, you want to import it, etc. So that's how the information that you submit to us is used. DHA will actually consider those in terms of offering work visas for those that need to come into the country. So in terms of sector profile, so this is the information from the submissions that you would have submitted. So this is based on the data for 2022. So this is a general sector profile of the sector. So when I say the sector, I mean the MICT sector. We have subsectors within the MICT sector. As you can see there, we have telecommunications, information technology, electronics, film and electronic media and advertising. Even though film and electronic media and advertising look quite small there, I know that Cape Town is one of those provinces that have a big film industry going on here. So we would also like to have you join us as we come to the province because there are certain things that are coming through from the work that we do. For example, the animation sector has actually requested the MICT SETA to look into them because they feel that they might not be represented enough. They have a lot to offer. It's quite a big sector, as they put it, and they would like to engage with us so that as we draft our qualifications and do our implementation programs, they are also reflected there. So yes, they are allowed to do that as a body that is representing stakeholder views in that sense. So that's just an example. So as you can see, information technology is the biggest. And we have about 32,985 employers. As CEO has said, the bulk of our employers are actually SMMEs. So this is the future for MICT SETA. And this is where we think we will see growth in terms of our sector within the SMME sector. So that is also critical for strategic planning in terms of how we are planning. Also critical also for the DG grant allocations that we'll be doing, as they've also indicated. It also skewed towards SMMEs. The large companies have huge budgets. Most of them don't actually participate as much as the SMMEs around these issues. So it's very important to see there that the IT sector is quite the biggest sector. We don't necessarily have a lot of time, so I'm not gonna dwell too much. So employers by province, as indicated, Gauteng is the biggest employer per province, followed by the Western Cape and followed by KZN. As you can see, that's been illustrated there. So this is the data we get from the WSP-ATR. We use this data as well for our planning. So when I say we use this data for our planning, I mean in our strategic planning. So once we have developed the sector skills plan, we develop the strategic plan. So the strategic plan is a plan for a year that indicates how are we going to use our budgets in terms of the programs that we would be implementing that financial year. So most of that is actually based on the outcomes of the SSP, the document that we'll be doing, also because of the inputs that we get from the WSP-ATRs, supplemented by other sources of data and research that we do. Employment in the MICT sector, so that is employee distribution per province, which is similar to the employer distribution, the employee distribution. The largest is in Gauteng, and the second largest is the Western Cape, followed by KZN. So these are the three big players in terms of the province, meaning that most of our employers are there, translating in most of the employees also being there. So employment in the sector, so we just want to give you that view or that comparison in terms of the overall employment in the country versus MICT SETA employment. So we have about 214,548 employees in the Western Cape, which accounts for 23% for the Western Cape, as opposed to the MICT sector where we have 214,548. So Western Cape accounts for 23%. Subsector distribution of employees. So the subsectors is in terms of the 5 subsectors that I have illustrated, which is telecommunications, information technology, which has the largest and which most will likely translate into our largest program offerings will be in that subsector. We also have electronics, we have film and media, and we have advertising. Gender profile, we also get this information from the WSP-ATRs. So this is also critical for transformation, etc. So as you can see, the sector is, it has a 58% males, skewed towards males, and 42% females. Race profile of employees. Africans are the largest with 62%, followed by white, coloreds, and Indians. So this is a overall profile for the MICT sector. Race profile by OFO major groups. So if you're familiar with the OFO, it has several major groups which indicate the level of employee, which we can link that to skills levels and NQF levels, if you're familiar with the SAQA thing. So as you can see, a very small percentage of our employees belong at the elementary occupations. And then you have, maybe if I start with the managers, if you see the manager group, you'll see that quite a number of people within the manager group, most of them are white, which meaning that they hold a high position in terms of the OFO. The manager group is the highest level of management or leadership, where you find CEOs, MDs, etc., etc. You find that at that level, 24% is white, which is the highest, followed by Indian, followed by colors, and Africans will be the least. Then you find the second category, which is professionals. Under the professionals, you find that also 49% is led by white employees, Indian 41%, African 34%, colored 31%. We have the third one, which is the technicians and associate professionals, 21% African, 20% colored, 15% Indian, and 14%. This is also the bulk of our sector in that sense. Within those three categories, you will find that most of our employees belong there, especially within the IT sector in terms of the technical aspect of the IT sector. Then we have clerical support workers, which is African 17%, 26% colored, 14% Indian, and 7% white. So this also translates into our transformation agenda. We would also like to see other races moving up that ladder. That is also linked to experience and qualification levels, because if you are at the OFO major group managers, you would have an NQF level qualification of 7 and above, right? So basically the top 3 will have 7 and above, and those who we refer to as professionals, which would have a professional designation. So it's critical for you to see those numbers, because they reflect the workplaces that you come from. And also on our side, they reflect in terms of understanding what is going on, what are the nuances. We've also seen that the majority of the employees are male as opposed to females, etc., etc. So that also talks to transformation. So I'll go to chapter 2. So after we have profiled the sector, we have a chapter that we call chapter 2, which talks about change drivers in the sector. So a change driver is that factor that affects change in a particular sector. It could be in a positive way or in a negative way. So for our sector, we've identified 13 change drivers, and you will see they are also biased towards the ICT subsector or the IT sector. So I'll just run through a few. So we have artificial intelligence, cloud computing, big data, 5G, Internet of Things, automation and robotics, cybersecurity, blockchain, virtual reality, drones, autonomous vehicles, 3D printing, augmented reality. So more or less, most of you in this room would have actually interacted with those. We also refer them as convergence technologies. But this is the demand that we see, and I think that's why we also have a dedicated 4IR division to deal with the development of qualifications in that sector. So in terms of chapter 3, skills demand and skills supply, so this is where we actually go into the labor market and find out what the skills demand and skills supply in the sector. Also understanding that there's also a mismatch of skills, what employers are looking for. They are not finding, they're finding something else. So that creates a skills mismatch. So we're also trying to find out what is the supply and the demand. So on the supply side, we're also looking on the throughput, and we're also looking at the qualification development. What qualifications are there, or how long does it take for a qualification to be developed so that it can meet the demand as needed by the employers. So we then will come up with a list that is called the sectoral occupational demand list. So we're just trying to show the methodology there. So we're actually using your WSP ATRs. There are certain questions we ask you on that form in terms of what are the occupations that are taking long for you to fill. How long have you had that vacancy? Is it 3 to 6 months, or is it 6 to 12 months, etc., etc.? So we have a weighting method that we use. We also supplement that data with with other research that we have and other research partners that we have. We also have focus groups where we come to you and confirm if what you have indicated is actually correct before we can finalize that list that will go to DHA for the work permits. So the list that we have from the SSP that we submitted in 2022, which is the SSP that we are implementing from the 1st of April 2023. Those are the 10 occupations. Then you will look them up in terms of the OFO. They have alternative titles and etc. So the first one is software developer, and then the second one is computer network and systems engineer. We have ICT systems analyst. We have management consultant or business analyst. We have an ICT security specialist. We have a multimedia specialist. We have ICT sales representative. We have a programmer analyst. We have a developer program. We have ICT project manager. So that's just the top 10, but we don't limit to only the 10. There is a full list that goes beyond the 10. So once we've done our research in the SSP, then we need to come up with our own strategic priority areas. So these are the 6 areas that we'll focus on in the next financial year, starting from the 1st of April. So these are the 6 that we have identified, and of course, SMME support is one of those. Support of the TVET college. We know that most of our learners are also coming through TVET colleges. We have programs that support TVET colleges in terms of lecturer development. That is also critical for us because some of our TVET learners go into workplaces, and you as employers, sometimes you have challenges where you feel that the learner is not well prepared for the workplace, etc., etc. So we try to bridge that gap in that sense by supporting the TVET college, and by also we normally have those programs that are called work readiness programs. So those also are the challenges that we have in terms of matching a learner to a workplace where there is no perfect fit. Employers end up doing extra training on those learners. So that has come through as a challenge, and we have, as part of our research agenda, we also want to delve deeper into what the issues are around that and how best we can support our learners so that they find employment and they are able to stay in employment. So we also have enablement of the 4R, or Fourth Industrial Revolution, as indicated. We have a dedicated 4R desk. The senior manager 4R will also indicate in terms of the initiatives and the work that they're doing there. We also have creating a credible labor market information. So that is actually also part of our engagements with our stakeholders through the WSP ATR. We regard the data source of WSP ATR as credible as it comes from you. So we are also hoping that as you complete that data, that is accurate, because our planning is based on that. Once we start translating that into our strategic plan, we are actually putting money now against programs. Also, our DG windows are actually based on the outcomes of the SSP. So it's very critical that what you input into your WSP ATR is accurate to allow us to plan for the correct things, also to bridge the gap in terms of the mismatch that we find as part of our research. I think I have touched on most of them. So this is the end of my presentation, and thank you.
To Bontle for her presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can all agree that without a credible sector skills plan, we obviously cannot outline rather the skills and supply that would result in identifying the gaps that exist within our sector, and obviously then identifying the priority skills. So I think going forward, I think for a more in-depth view rather of the sector skills plan, you can also consult our website, which obviously has that full sector skill plan there, and you would then be able to interrogate that document as well. I think she also did make mention of the fact that we need to submit our WSPs with the extension. I'm sure quite a lot of us are quite elated for that. I'm going to now take us through to the next item in our program, which is going to be a presentation by Mr. Ernest Nemokabini, our Senior Manager for Learning Programs.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. And greeting to our chair, Mr. Tobela, and all protocol observed. I'm going to take you through the presentation which talked about the intervention that we have in the learning program department. I know you got a question, when are we opening the next window? I'll also going to answer that question as well. Basically what we do, we allocate 80% of our budget to respond to pivotal programs, and 20% of the budget is allocated on non-pivotal programs like your graduate internship programs. Your pivotal programs talk to your learnerships, skills programs, short programs, and bursary interventions. They fall under that category. Our mandate is to implement the sector skills plan. We also allocate discretionary grants in response to the skills that have been reflected by SSP as criticals and scarce skills. And we also monitor the projects that we are implementing just to check if there is a value for money in what we are paying. Then in terms of challenges and opportunities that we have as a department, I'm just going to flag on two issues. One of the main challenges that we are having currently, we are too manual. You know, when you apply for window, you have to attach a lot of supporting document manually. If you want to inquire about your application, you still have to do it manually. I think that's one of the challenges that we are facing, but we're working on that challenge. Then the other challenge is around placement. On the last presentation, we have indicated that we implement occupational directed programs that linked education with occupation, which means whatever intervention that we implement as a SETA is that there must be a workplace. Whether you are running a learnership or graduate internship program, ensure that learners are placed in line with their qualification. If a graduate have done ICT degree, you have to be placed in an IT department to respond to what you have learned in school so that they can be able to apply what they have learned in school into practice. The issue around non-payment of stipend is still a challenge. We also want to encourage stakeholders to comply with the terms and conditions of the SLA so that we can assist our learners with skills. As a country, we're having a lot of challenges that impact young people, like unemployment rate is very high, and let us not disadvantage these learners as we implement this program. Let's ensure that we pay them stipend so that they can be able to complete the program and participate in the economy. I'm not sure what happened now. The first program that we implement is work integrated learning programs. It covers TVET placement and also university placement. Most of the students that are doing a program, especially coming from the University of Technologies, for them to obtain the qualification, they have to do in-service training so that they can obtain their qualification. Same with TVET learners, they have to do in-service training for a period of 18 months for them to be able to obtain the qualification. We implement this program in partnership with US stakeholders. The other intervention is bursaries for both unemployed and employed learners, where we fund students that are doing programs within our space, degrees in ICT, telecommunication, electronics. Then we fund these students until they complete their program. The other intervention which is very key is short programs. These are industry-based programs that respond to the industry where learners are exposed in these programs. Then they write international exams. And mainly when they complete these programs, they are recognized as professionals within that space. Then moving to RPL programs, they are very, very key. Mainly these programs target those employees who have been working but they don't have a formal qualification. They can be assisted with training, they can be assessed in line with their duty, then they will be able to obtain the qualifications depending on the number of credits that they are doing. It can be skills program or full qualification. Then the other intervention which is very key, we collaborate with CET and TVET colleges to implement programs for their learners as well as for their employees in response to the criticals and scarce skills within our sector. We also collaborate with SME to implement programs that respond to enterprise development. We support cooperatives and also community-based organizations. Then we also support unions in terms of skill development so that they can be capacitated and participate in the economy. In terms of how we fund these programs, university placement and TVET placement, we fund this program at a cost of 70,000 per student for a period of 12 months. Then the allowance for the learners is 3.8 on monthly basis, then the learners have to be paid 3.8, and the remaining portion is for training cost. Then moving to the next one, which is graduate internship programs, we fund the program at 73,600 per learner. In terms of allowance, we pay 3.8 per month. Then the remaining cost is for the training cost. Then unemployed learners, we fund the program at 56,600. Then the allowance is 1.8 a month. Then if you look at those targets, like with graduate internship program, the annual target is 1,200. And this target have to be implemented nationally. Same with learnership, the annual target is 3,250. Then this is the annual target for all the provinces, and we're having 9 provinces in the country. Then moving to the candidacy programs, we also have interventions where students who have completed their degree who want to be registered as professional within that space, they can be exposed to this intervention, and the annual target is 85, where we have to assist 85 graduates so that they can be registered as professional within their space. Then the next intervention is skills program. The annual target is 950 at a cost of 40,400 per learner. Then we pay 1.8 per month for allowance, and the training cost is up to 35,000 per student. Then the other intervention is short programs, which are vendor-specific programs like your Cisco, your Microsoft, where learners write international exams. And then when they complete the program, they can still also be classified as professional within that space, provided they've completed all the modules that qualify them to be registered as professionals. We fund this program at 39,000 per student in terms of training cost, In terms of allowance, because these are graduates, they have to be paid around 3.8 for a period of 3 months until they write international exam. And normally we pay the last tranche after they've passed the exams, and we encourage stakeholders to give them second opportunity. If they fail on the first round, give them another opportunity to write the exam, so that we can see the value for money when they complete the programs. And before you put them on this exam, make sure that you do some sort of simulation exam, prepare them for those exams, so that they will be able to pass those exams at the end of the program. We also implement programs in rural areas like your townships. We encourage stakeholders to go to those deep rural areas, so that when we run these projects, we don't leave behind learners that are based in those rural communities, like your townships. You need to implement your program to your Khayelitsha, Michelle's Plain, Cape Flats. You need to respond to those communities. And before you implement this program, scan your environment. What kind of program that can respond to that townships? What kind of programs can respond to that community? So that when you train these learners, you are able to build capacity within those communities, and they're able to participate in the economy through township economy within their communities. When we train these learners, it's not about training only. Let's look at the impact of the program that you are implementing as a training provider, because we need to see the return on investment. When these learners complete the program, they must be able to participate in the economy, especially in their communities. Then the other intervention, which is very key for workers, you can also apply for funding for your workers who want to pursue with their studies within our sector. Then we fund the bursary up to 90,000 until they complete the program. Then we also have a target where we focus on unemployed students who are studying degrees, diplomas within our sector. Then we also fund those programs up to 90,000 until they finish their programs. Skills program for employed workers, we do fund it at the cost of 35,000 in terms of training costs. On this one, we don't pay allowance because they do receive a salary. We just focus on the training cost. Then the other intervention, which is very key, we partner with institutions of higher learning in terms of collaborative initiatives that we can have in terms of skills development. Then we sign an MOU with those institutions. Same with TVET. We do have interventions where we look for opportunities like satellite offices where you can host our advisors. If they're doing their service, then they can use the TVET office for admin work. We do have that partnerships. We have signed several partnerships with various institutions within this province as well. Lecture development program is very, very key. We also have programs that focus on TVET lecturers as well as CET lecturers in terms of skill development. And we want to invite stakeholders to really respond to these interventions. Same with CET, we also have intervention that respond to CET as well. Then I won't go through this slide for the sake of time. I'll just move to the next process with regards to DG process. Last year, September, we have opened a DG window from the 1st of September up to the 30th of September, and stakeholders have responded to that call. Then that's the first step. You submit your letter of intent, you attach all those supporting documents that are key. Then the next step is for the SETA to conduct verification in terms of compliance document. If you pass that stage, then your application gets reviewed by the DG committee. Then if it's pre-approved, then they deploy an advisor to come and do the evaluation of the site just to check if you got a capacity to implement the program. Then from there, the SETA is able to sign a service level agreement with a qualifying stakeholder. In terms of implementations, once we sign the SLA, there are requirements in terms of deliverables in line with the NHA. The first deliverable is for you to submit those documents like your ID, learner agreement. Then from there, we're able to release the first 15%. Then after you've submitted the first disbursement, you have paid your learners, then you submit proof of payment, then we release another 15%. In every quarter, then we deploy our advisors to come and check if you are implementing the program in line with all the deliverables on the SLAs until the end of the program. Then this is just the numbers of applications that we have received in the previous DG window. You can see that the appetite is very high. And I'm not an economist, but the basic principle in economics is that the higher the demand, the lower the supply. Then in terms of allocation per provinces, then I will focus on your provinces, which is Western Cape. We have received application around 1,995 in terms of number of learners, and the allocation that have been made to your province is 1,122. And currently, the advisors, they are busy finalizing the process of vetting. Then in terms of targets, you can see that the appetite is very high on learnerships. Most of the stakeholders want to implement learnership. You can see that 34% of the application that we have received, they were responding to learnerships. Same with TVET placement, the demand is very high. Then you can see that the demand is low on AET programs, recognition of prior learning. Then we want to encourage stakeholders in future to respond to these interventions, because in every window, the demand is very, very low on these interventions that responds to CET as well as TVET programs. I think that's the end of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to our engagement session. We are running about 15 or so minutes late than scheduled. But what I will ask is that should you have any questions, we will have some mics that will be roaming around. If you could just introduce yourself, the organization in which you represent, and then we can engage with the three presentations. So obviously, if you have any key insights that came out from the address delivered by the CEO, as well as the presentation by Ms. Mokwena and Mr. Nemugabini, the floor is yours. Can we please have a mic here in the front? And then, so I'll just recognize a hand over here. I'll recognize two hands this side, at the back first, then the front. And what we will do is that we will take about 2 or 3 questions at a go, and then we will open it up to our panelists for response. Thank you.
Good morning. Sean Atcham, Knights Innovation Support Center. I'm based in Mitchell's Plain. I'm really happy with everything we've spoken about today. I do want to highlight something which our CEO said: no one should be left behind, irrespective of where they live or find themselves in this country, which I applaud. The challenge which I do have, and I'm one of the LQDFs, one of the community expert panel members, so I've signed off on the data science qualification, the cybersecurity one, and the new software engineering qualifications. And particularly in those qualifications, when we looked at the development of them, we made clear that the requirements are not necessarily to be in a physical environment, especially because as we were developing these qualifications, we were in the middle of a pandemic. And we managed to have these qualifications discussed with heated debates, with people across the entire country. We managed to also demonstrate over the last couple of years, since the pandemic, that as long as you have an IP address, as long as you've got internet access, and as long as you're awake, you can trade in any time zone in the world. But still, our evaluations to become an MICT SETA accredited provider is based on your ability to generate paper and have a physical presence. The evaluation of an MICT venue is to look at where your emergency exits are, where your toilets are, and do you have the capacity to feed you guys? When in fact, the problem is that when you go as far as Saldanha Bay, when you're looking at Laiplek, those guys cannot afford to come out for training. They get ignored. When you're looking at the vast majority of areas like Wellington, when you look at the size of the Western Cape, and you realize that in order for us to let not a single person be left behind, irrespective of where they live, within the Western Cape, we do need to know that a decision is made, and since we're both the CEO and the chairperson of MICT SETA here today, as well as the blame is often shifted over to QCTO, and since we have those representatives here today, we need to understand that the world has changed. We are all operating remotely, vast majority of the times. We need to know that we can deliver remotely, because that is the reality of today. Also, I'm very pleased to know that we're looking at teaching entrepreneurial skills and being able to open up a market for a person living in Wellington or person living in Langebaan or Laiplek to be able to know he can offer a set of services to somebody in India or Silicon Valley. And so being able to teach the ability to be able to trade with solutions that you're developing internationally and not just think about local markets is, I think, I commend you for the comment. I think it's extremely important. But I think that one of the things that we need to think about seriously, and it was highlighted, Ernest spoke earlier on about the fact that we're having a problem with just responding because how heavily paper-based and manual-based we are. Every single person who designs, or every SDF, every person who's going through assessments, when you are restricted to making sure that you've got a paper base for that, the cost of the paper, the cost of managing it, the cost of uploading it, the cost of getting it to you, the cost of managing it, needs seriously to be visited. I'd like us to have a comment on the fact that we are the SETA who are supposed to be demonstrating how to be paperless, how to work remotely. How do we, as your partners, get assistance from you to set up our environments to be able to demonstrate to our markets that we are paperless and we can work remote? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have recorded your question. We're just going to go to about 2 questions next. Thank you.
Good morning. Yes, I'm Mike Aldridge from Cape Town TV. Yes, our organization has run several programs with MICT SETA, both in learnerships and internships. And one problem that we have found on an ongoing basis was what was referred to by the gentleman who presented the last session, and that is the non-payment of stipends. So, you know, we as an organization feel that we bring our side by submitting the necessary documentation in time, but MICT SETA does not bring its side by paying in time. This results in hardships for the learners. They are frustrated, they are angry, they do not turn up for work because they can't afford to get to work. It results in disruption for the organization because of that, and also because then we have to try to cash flow these interns and learners from our very scarce funds, which we are simply not able to do every time. So I would like to know from MICT SETA what is being done to address this problem and to guarantee that this problem does not continue in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There's a question as well here in the front.
Mine is not a question. My name is Nombeko Liputi. I'm from Guguletu, here in Cape Town. I just want to check, do MICT SETA give their mentor for women particularly? Because other people, they are opening the organization without being mentored. And the other thing that I want to say in this stakeholder engagement is, I can see that the report we are giving, a good report, but now the states, are we going to our communities and our people, do they know about what is going on here now? Because some of other people, they don't even own these phones. They don't even have their laptops. We need to have a one first stop where people, they can go in and get more information about what is this SETAs doing in our country, because it's really important. There are lots of young people who are sitting at home who didn't even get schools as we speak now. What are we doing about those people? So I think we need to go in our communities, as the last speaker was saying, that rural areas, townships, everywhere, so that everyone can know that there is opportunities like this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me take a question here in the front.
Hi there. I'm Sue Little from Red and Yellow Creative School of Business. We service the tiny advertising subsector. And I just wanted to thank this gentleman for his radical candor, and I agree with you, remote training is actually incredibly cost effective. But I also wanted to let you know that we have been 100% paperless and very supported by MICT SETA for the past 5 years. It's possible. Costs us nothing. We don't use an external system. It's Google Suite all the way, free to everyone, ETQA. Thank you for supporting us. Services SETA can learn a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Brenda Skelenge, and I represent Leaps Development and Advocacy. We have been doing digital skills transformation and now venturing into digital change management. And I've listened to the presentations, and the issue of access and inclusivity is still a big issue. And I haven't heard anything. For example, we have a project for a disabled community in the Eastern Cape. It's good to hear that some organizations in areas that I've developed and have the infrastructure, that there's access, like this lady just said, but in those communities, the gaps are still wide from infrastructure, number one. If we're going to be working on inclusivity, it means that if we're dealing with differently abled people, we need inclusive technologies. And I think that makes it kind of difficult. And when I was listening to the priorities here, I don't hear any kind of mention towards that sector of our communities. Yeah, and in terms of actually enabling us to put that infrastructure, because this sector, skills development, implies putting those computers, access to the technologies and tools that are needed to enable that skills development to take place. So it's not enough to have a workshop and talk about digital skills when we haven't even ironed out the adoption process first. Thank you.
I think, colleagues, if you can just allow me, we've had about a batch of 4 questions. A key theme that is quite the golden thread is access, inclusivity, support, particularly from the last comments and questions that we've received. So I'm going to hand over to our panelists such that they can be able, I'm sure Ernest as well will probably address your issue in terms of the target APPs that are aligned to the exactly inclusive technology, as well as ensuring that we support people living with disabilities. CEO, please come through.
Thanks very much for the questions. And thanks very much for having responded. What it then says is we need to ensure that we cross-pollinate and continue to share experiences. That's the only way we will continue to improve and grow. MICT has, from the spirit of the triple helix model, deliberately adopted what we call an integrated digital skills strategy. That strategy talks to very fundamental issues that, like your strategic, mutually beneficial partnerships with varsities amongst others, but also TVET colleges, which are spread across the country, including industry partners, deliberately to ensure that we increase, because with that limited budget that Ernest articulated, it will be almost impossible for us to cater for as many people as we catering for when it comes to skills development if we are to channel that limited budget to infrastructure. There are entities that are tasked with that, but we partner with those industries, amongst others, to ensure that they put up the infrastructure. Even yourselves as stakeholders, for those who have got the appropriate resources to put up or set up your digital skills centers, amongst other things, like I alluded to in my presentation. Putting up those can assist even communities nearby you, your TVETs, because we provide them with funding. We say the facilities that are there are meant for the community, not strictly or only those who have enrolled for their programs. So the rural development strategy, on the other hand, is to ensure that we touch almost each and every area of our country. But it's through you, because you are spread across all areas. In other words, we can only massify digital skills if we continue to identify all stakeholders. That's why sometimes late last year, I think it was in November, we went as far as some area in Northern Cape called Springbok, just to see as to whether we've got proper representation there. And we need that kind of an approach. Even in the allocation dynamics of our DGs, what they look at is ensure that in almost every area there's some representation. But it's almost impossible with the limited budget that we have, hence we apply for additional funding that I talked to. I won't talk to the issue that you alluded to because it was addressed. Part of why we developing our own, tailor-made learner management system is to ensure that we automate our business processes. That will come very handy and ensure that we continue to improve. And it will be a very highly integratable kind of solution that will be improved from time to time, such that as and when you make inputs, we submit those representations to those who are responsible behind the desk developing the entire solution, because at least it's one of our partners, it's TUT, to be direct, under the stewardship of Prof. Pius. So whatever would suit your needs will obviously be submitted, such that it's a system that really addresses your expectations. So I wouldn't want to dwell much on that. The issue of late payments, I thought we've dealt with that issue. I thought it's no more an issue because what we resolved is that we don't stick to 30 days. For as long as documents have been duly submitted, There's nothing missing when it comes to compliance, because unfortunately, if there are compliance-related documents that are still missing, we will not be able to process. So I thought it's a thing of the past, and that's why even when we have got sort of MENCO that sits on a monthly basis, in the MENCO we also deal with queries pertaining to such. We have had them in a long time. When you have such queries, please direct them to my office. There's contacts on my website. Basically what we agreed, it's 2 weeks, maximum 3 weeks, for as long as all compliance documents have been submitted. In an event they've not been submitted, I personally would demand correspondence to the effect that there was communication to the effect that there's this particular document that are missing, and as a result thereof, we won't be able to process payment. So I thought it's a thing of the past, but if you have got any query related to that, please direct it. We don't want that. We don't want people being paid, particularly as MMEs, because it obviously disorientates and frustrates your processes. Let me allow colleagues to further respond to other questions that are there. Thanks very much.
Would you like to address the question in terms of ensuring that, do we have targets for differently abled people? And the lady from Guguletu also mentioned mentorship programs that the SETA is directing towards women particularly. And how do we then access? If I can probably just respond to you, ma'am, in terms of accessing information in these areas such as townships and rural areas. The SETA is actively embarking on a labor market information program where we visit provinces across South Africa, in rural areas, in townships, because we do obviously recognize that it is very difficult to gain access and probably even reach urban centers where this information can be made available. So we actually take this information and advise communities, unemployed youth, of available opportunities within the MICT sector. We do this in the form of career exhibitions where we provide labor market information. To a certain extent, I know as well from a Western Cape province, we distribute as well to libraries and community centers within Guguletu, Khayelitsha, Langa, and those type of communities. However, if the call is there, we can definitely respond to it more. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Then, as a SETA, as we implement these programs, we do have target so that we can respond to the inclusive issue. When you implement these programs in terms of recruitment, 85% it has to be black. 4% it has to be people living with disability. 54% it has to be female. And 15% it has to be white. That's how we structure in terms of when you are implementing the program, you need to respond to that category as you recruit your learners, so that we don't left the other group behind as we implement these programs, because we also drive transformation through skills development. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am very mindful of time, but I did recognize a question at the back, and I think there was 2 on this end. I think if we can just make the questions very succinct, and we will also just try and address the questions quickly. So there's about 4. 1, 2, 3 on this end, and 1 on this end. Thank you.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Oh, no.
Ladies first.
No, Adam was made before Eve. Please, the platform.
Ladies first. Adam will give over to Eve first. By all means.
Thank you. What a gentleman. That's the difference between isiXhosa culture and Western culture. isiXhosa ebuhlungu ukuthetha indoda kuqala. Hi, I am Siba Makaluza. I am the founder of Gift Visionary Media. I run an internship program. On the question, just to extend on the Guguletu Kailicha, giving back to the communities, because it's something that has arisen within my interns too. Most of them come from a Kailicha. But because I don't run out of a Kailicha, I run out of SA Film Academy in Montague Gardens, they do have that thing of it's long distance to travel, and because the platform is such a great platform, I think it's my ethos compared to anything else. Sorry, it's a great ethos to push people of color out of there, and especially people who look like me. Because when I walked into the industry in 2008, 2018. I'm not that old. 2018. I didn't see a lot of people who looked like me, who sounded like me, who occupied spaces that I would want to occupy. So I had made sure that I pushed the boundaries to do that, and I think I'm doing pretty well. Thank you. I'm just going to gaslight myself while I'm at it. The question on that, on giving platform, I think the SETA is doing very well. I don't have any complaints on my end. Trust me, if I feel like I'm dizzy, I do call my regional people who help me to look for guidance, because I'm young. I want to make sure I'm doing this right. But my only question in developing people of color and uplifting Black women, especially Black women, because we feel like our voices are not entirely given platform to. When doing that, how do we do it? How does the SETA do it? Because I feel like it's a very vital question for me to ask, because I also want to be developed. Is it the conscious decision of making sure that the person who comes to me, who tells me about these resources, firstly, speaks my mother tongue, my native language, because sometimes I can't express myself completely in English. Number two, does this person look like me? When they leave after this, can I see representation in that? Because I feel like that's highly important and that's key to success. So that's only my input. Thank you so much.
Marshall, you can go ahead. I think you've got a mic.
I'm being directed from the camera guy for lighting purposes. Sorry for that now, all the way from the plane. Thank you very much. I just wanted to thank the MICT SETA. My name is Marshall Nelson from the Youth Media Movement. I actually want to emphasize on something very important. As training providers, we actually need to look at ourselves also, which is very important. One of the things that I discovered is that as training providers, we take the quick end to the stick. And I'm discovering that as we are giving training, some of us are actually giving bogus training to our people. And you get people that is being made competent, but they actually have no knowledge. So in most cases, you'll get a scenario where a training provider, makes this program so sexy. And if you come to the learner, you discover that the learner doesn't even know anything. So those are one of the challenges that I do see that the SETA himself face. It's like giving money free away because now we're going to get a nice certificate, but then the learner ends up not even having any knowledge. I'm currently now busy with a training where the SETA had to give a takeover because the provider couldn't deliver. Just gave the manuals to the learners and said, go home and go fill in the answers. These are some of the challenges. So as we are throwing, our things out of the cot, we also need to look at what is the challenges that our SETA are facing with bogus operations. There are people sitting here today that claim they deliver, but we know what the SETA is facing with them. So as stakeholders and as training providers, as ourselves sitting here, we also need to look at how do we bring our part to the SETA to assist them so that their work can be easy. If everything is paperless and if everything moves the way we want, the Americans and the British, and we have these bogus operations, who will get the whip at the end of the day from the Auditor General? It's our brothers and sisters sitting at that side. So I just wanted to really put that in the boat to say, You know, as we really raise our comments about the SETA not doing enough, we also need to look at what they are struggling with. Now, I come out of Mitchell's Plain, and I can tell you what I face. There was a provider in Mitchell's Plain, I'm not going to mention names, but there was a provider in Mitchell's Plain that was doing operations that wasn't in line. He was using a number saying he's accredited, but there was no paperwork to it. So these are some of the challenges that our SETAs are facing. And how do we as providers or as levy-paying companies assist him? So I just wanted to put my cent to that to say, you know what, guys, the SETAs, they are doing amazing work. But they also have what they have to look out for people who are also operating bogusly. So I just wanted to thank the SETA for the good work you're doing. God bless you guys, and continue.
Thank you, Nelson. Thank you, Marshall, for your comment. I think just on Mr. Marshall's comment, I am going to ask us to just break for tea. Again, this is not the end of the discussion. Let the discussion carry on whilst we are having tea. And then when we come back rather for our second session, when we deal with the ETQA, I think you will also see that from Ms. Natalie Nelson's presentation. She will obviously unpack more of these challenges. But thank you so much for your engagement in this session. It is much appreciated. Can we please take 10 minutes and be back here at 12 o'clock? Thank you.
Fiji, I was cool. But when I finally got sober, I'm 10 years old, motherfucker, doing something new. I'm living out in LA. I drive a sports car just to prove that I'm a real big baller, cause I made $1 million and I spent it on girls and you. But you don't wanna be high like me, never really know why like me. You don't ever wanna step off that roller coaster all alone. And you don't wanna ride the bus like this, never knowing who to trust like this. You don't wanna be stuck up on that stage singing, stuck up on that stage singing. Oh, I know I sang songs, I sang songs. Oh, I know I sang songs, I sang songs. Shot. I get along with old timers cause my name's a reminder of pop song people forgot. And I can't keep it down, no. Cause as soon as the sun comes up, I cut them all loose and words my excuse. But the truth is I can't open up. You don't wanna be high like me, never really know why like me. Oh, stepping off that roller coaster all alone. Oh, I know I sang songs, I sang songs. Oh, I know I sang songs, I sang songs. Just let it be. Why don't you be you and I'll be me? Everything that's wrong, throw it to the breeze. Why don't you be you and I'll be me? And I'll be me.
Do you recall not long ago we would walk on the sidewalk, innocent? Remember, all we did was scare from each other. But the night was warm and we were golden young. All around, the wind blows, we would only hold on to let go. Blow a kiss, fire a gun, we need someone to lean on. Blow a kiss, fire a gun, we need someone to lean on. Blow a kiss, fire a gun, we need someone to lean on. Blow a kiss, fire a gun, all we need is somebody to lean on.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's settle down. I think I'm now the one that has gone against my own timekeeping. If we could just take this time to just settle down so that we can open up the second session. Thank you so much. I think that was a body break that was required by everyone. And thank you for your patience in the first session. I think it is quite evident that the session is really well needed. It was shown from the robust engagement. And I do recognize that there were some questions that were not addressed, but we shall then address those or give an opportunity in the second session's presentations, or after the second session's presentations. So particularly, we are looking at 4IR. We are also going to be having our ETQA presentation, as well as a presentation from the QCTO. As mentioned, that is going to be a virtual presentation. I am of the view, ladies and gentlemen, that I think this is one presentation that quite a number of us in this room are looking forward to. We now understand that 4IR has come with unprecedented changes, and I think 4IR probably put a gun to our heads in the COVID year 2020, where we were forced rather to work remotely. We were forced that we consumed information, the way we lived, the way that we worked. And as much as we are not where we would want to be as a country, but I think based on the plans, based on the strategies, based on the intent that exists, South Africa is well on its way in terms of making headway. You shall obviously see that as well based on the presentation from Ms. Kukusema, who will share with us some of the qualifications that have been developed to date. Quite commendable strategy that has been taken by herself and her team, with the help, obviously, of industry to ensure that we have relevant yet responsive qualifications that are developed. Without further ado, I am now going to give over to Ms. Kukusema. Can we please give her a round of applause?
Thank you, Program Director. Good afternoon to our stakeholders, the chairperson of the board, CEO, and the colleagues. As indicated, I'm going to take you through the MICT SETA 4IR. But just before I start with my presentation, just to mention at high level, to say 4IR is actually a global agenda which has started around 2014, 2015. And as a country, we found ourselves participating or leapfrogging to this agenda. However, thanks to our great leaders that also saw it fit that as a country, we also need to not to be left behind. Now, in the MICT SETA, or basically this is what my presentation is going to cover, while sharing and highlighting some of the work that the MICT SETA 4IR has achieved to date. In South Africa, as I've indicated, it was in 2018 when we started participating in this 4IR. Back in 2018, we had, for the first time, our Honorable President during the SONA made mention of the term 4IR. Later in that year, he then appointed about 30 individuals as identified to be the 4IR presidential commissioners. Those individuals were appointed with a mandate, a specific mandate, that they need to conduct a research and consultation across all the sectors in the country so that they can then later advise the president of where we are as a country in terms of 4IR and what needs to be done. Then in 2020, a report was presented to the president with specific recommendations as to how the country needs to respond to this 4IR global agenda or 4IR imperative. And one of the beautiful things that came up with that report was the South African definition of 4IR, our own perspective. How do we understand 4IR? And then those 30 individuals came up with this definition, which then is identified with South Africa as a whole. At the SETA level, we followed a similar approach where we went to on a call to our sectors, inviting the sector to participate on what we call the MICT SETA 4IR Advisory Committee. That was on the 4th of March 2019. And then on the 22nd of March, this MICT SETA 4IR Advisory Committee was then established. The very same year, on the 8th of June 2019, a meeting took place, and the decision was then taken in that meeting that we need to have this committee having the 4 streams or work streams such as education, research, labor, and policy, and that was adopted in that meeting. Later, the MICT SETA 4IR Advisory Committee was then officially launched by the then minister, the former minister of Communication and Digital Technology, Stella Ndabeni. So that picture there is the evidence of that meeting or that launch that we had in 2019. I don't know where this is coming from. Now, in terms of that committee also recommended that MICT SETA to be able to respond and to be well positioned on its mandate and respond to this 4IR and assisting the industry. We then need to have a division, a standalone division that will focus on the 4IR imperative. Then that decision or recommendation was taken by MICT SETA, and then we then applied to DHET, our principal. where we are reporting to the ministry that we have applied for approval and the approval was granted. Now, in terms of our reporting framework or the APP, the 4IR division has one outcome, which is an integrated digital strategy that is responsive to skills demand of the MICT SETA sector. Now, then the mandate of developing a strategy, the IDSS, as the CEO alluded earlier, was then given to these advisory committees. So in developing the strategy, the MICT SETA digital skills strategy, the 4 work stream played a vital role in this strategy. So each work stream has contributed as per their mandate or their terms of reference according to the different streams that are there. The education had their contribution, which led to the 39 qualifications that the MICT SETA has since developed. The labor, the research, which led to the research chairs. I'll talk to that earlier. And then later we had a team that consolidated all the views of the different streams to make the integrated digital skills strategy for the MICT SETA. Now, in developing the strategy, there were different frameworks that were adopted, such as the design thinking and a strategy development test tool from the Harvard. Now, the design thinking, one may ask why design thinking? As a team, back in 2019, we needed to empathize with ourselves to say, we are 4 years later when the rest of the world was busy in 4IR, participating in 4IR. We only came 4 years later. However, it was not that late as compared to other African countries, but then we needed, to put our thinking cap as we are back in 2014 or 2015 when this era was declared as the 4IR or the digital era. Now, one of the things that came to say, if we knew what we know then, because there were a lot of questions that we had to ask ourselves, if we knew what we know and in 2019, what we could have done, we would have done one of the things, developing qualification, because without skills, we cannot do anything. We cannot compete with the rest of the world. Skills development plays a critical role in economic development. And also, when we are competing with the rest of the world, we need to have skills. We need to have people that have knowledge, people that will be able to innovate, people that will be able to come up, to use this different technology to the advantage of the country or to contribute to the economic of the country. The integrated development digital skills strategy at high level, what we have achieved to date, in a short term, we have established the advisory committees. We have established research chairs across public universities, because we cannot be talking 4IR without research. The research is at the center of these 4IR. We have also developed the 39 qualification with the assistance of the industry and also following the QCTO guidelines. We have also identified strategic partners that we have partnered with them. Some we've partnered with them and we've went out on public where we are signing these MOUs with them. As the CEO indicated, these are mutually beneficiary partners that we are working with them, assisting the MICT SETA to implement its own strategy. Achievements to date, as I've indicated, we have established research chairs across public universities. We've got one doctor who's here representing the CPUT, who is assistant chair there in our research chair that has been established with the CPUT. We have presence in the University of Western Cape, where we are funding students, the master's and PhD students. We have a research chair at TUT, Tshwane University of Technology. That research chair was the first research chair that was established with the MICT SETA. We have launched this research chair last month. We have present at Durban University of Technology, University of Johannesburg, where with our partner .zatna, we have a research chair that is specific of focusing on internet governance. We also have a chair at University of Limpopo, again with our partner .zatna. And this, some of these research chairs that we are funding, as the CEO indicates, the MICT SETA board have taken a decision that all the MICT SETA ICT projects, we need not to go to the market as in advertising through the tender. However, we need to take this ICT project to the universities where these students will then develop these solutions for the MICT SETA and then will later use them. Now, a typical example is the one of the Tshwane University of Technology, where the students are concluding the learner management system for the MICT SETA, and the SDF that are here today, they will be the first SDF to interact with that system, because through when you are going to submit your workplace skills plans for the 2023-2024 submission, it will be through that LMS or that system. We also have the chair at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, Vaal University of Technology, and Cape Peninsula University, or CPUT in short. Talking of the projects, these are the projects that were taken to the different universities. The Tshwane University of Technologies, they are concluding that LMS. The University of Limpopo, they have adopted the College and SETA Times website. That project is also towards at the end, where the UJ, they have taken the MICT SETA intranet and mobile app. So in the future, you'll be using this mobile app, the MICT SETA mobile app developed by the students. The DUT, they are doing the knowledge and information management plan. CPUT, they've adopted the cyber security plan, and the MICT SETA enterprise architecture. The qualifications, as indicated to date, we have developed about 39 qualifications. Some of these qualifications have already been endorsed by both QCTO and SAQA. In developing the qualifications, as per the QCTO guidelines, we need these 6 pillars, the OEMs or the private sectors contributing to the development of the qualifications. We need the SMMEs, because these are the people that will consume these qualifications or will implement the qualifications. We'll need the labor representative there. We had different labor union, the CW being the biggest union in the industry. They also played a critical role there, or a vital role in contributing to the qualifications. Professional bodies, we can't do this without the professional bodies and their members. The universities, TVETs and the SDPs, they were also part of the development of the qualifications, and the government representative. So these are the 6 pillars. So without the 6 pillars, we won't be able to start with the collaboration of the qualification development. Now, one of the motivating factor that enabled the MICT SETA to start with this development of the qualification, it was through research, as I've indicated, that research is at the center. We, through the findings of different research that has been conducted, both internationally and locally, all these research, they have similar findings to say there will be emerging careers or occupation due to this technological advancement. And therefore, based on that, we as MICT SETA mandated to develop skills. We needed to position ourselves to be able to respond to these changes. You will agree with me, ladies and gentlemen, that 5 years or 10 years ago, we did not have occupations such as artificial intelligence engineer, machine learning engineers, cybersecurity analysts, or cloud engineers. All these occupations, we started realizing them as the technologies has been advancing. And therefore, based on the research, MICT SETA had gone to start with the development of the qualification that respond to these different technologies. These are the first qualifications that we have developed in 2020. I have identified in the room, there were some of the people who assisted, who really contributed to the development of the qualification. They were there as the CEPs, or community of experts, and I'd like to recognize, to say thank you for your contribution. And as we are continuing with the development, we are still appealing that please make yourself available, because without the industry contribution, your expertise, we won't be able to develop these qualifications. So now, these are the qualification and its occupation, or the occupations that these qualifications they seek to address. We continued with the development in the year 2021-2022 financial year because of the need, or because of what research has already indicated, to say some of the occupations that we had in the past, they will be obsolete. However, there are new emerging occupations, and therefore we need to start preparing for the future by training our people. We all know that we're coming from the COVID pandemic. A lot of companies have retrenched. There are a lot of people who are still without employment. Now, to get back those people back to economy, we need to reskill and upskill those people with what the industry or the market is currently in need of. So these qualifications will also assist in addressing those gaps. We did not only develop full qualifications, but we also developed the skills programs in a form of languages, or some of the top languages that are being used in this era, or for these different technologies. So those are the programming languages that we have developed. We will be continuing with the development of qualifications in this coming financial year, starting in April. So we are still calling the industry to participate, or to support the MICT SETA, as I've indicated that without the industry support, we won't be able to develop these qualifications. So your expertise, they play a vital role. Now, these are some of the qualifications that have been developed and registered by SAQA. If you go to the SAQA website, you put those ID there, you will find those qualifications. And those SDPs that are in the room interested in applying for accreditation, these are qualifications that now have been registered as learnerships. So these are the first learnerships, 4IR learnerships that the MICT SETA has produced. So we are encouraging SDPs to apply for these learnerships, or for these qualifications through QCTO, because these are occupational qualifications, so that you can start training on this qualification. I had a question during break to say we are interested in developing in these qualifications, but we don't have material. Ladies and gentlemen, I've got good news for you. The MICT SETA in 2019, we have made a commitment that with this development of occupational qualification, we will also develop learning materials that will be made available to yourself at no cost. At no cost. We have we have listened to your cries, and thanks to the chairperson of the board and the CEO, that have approved these changes. We have noted that in the past, with the historical qualification, it was difficult for other SMMEs, SDPs, to obtain accreditation due to the cost of the learning materials. So we have issued a tender which was closed 3 weeks ago, where we will be appointing service providers that will assist the MICT SETA to develop this learning material, that we will then make it available to our SDPs at a free of charge. So So, how does the future look like in the 4IR, MICT SETA 4IR? In terms of our APP or our plan, our strategy, we will be continuing onboarding new universities, establishing researchers across other universities that were not participating in the previous financial year. These are the new researchers that will be established for this coming financial year. We will also be continuing with the development of qualifications, and some of these qualifications, they are more, specific or addressing some of the skills gap in the electronic sector. Electronic sector is one of the 5 subsectors that the MICT SETA is looking after. So those are the new developments. These are the areas where we are requesting that you avail yourself with your expertise to contribute to this development. Quantum computing, smart grid communication, those are some of the new qualifications. And then we're continuing with the development of the different programming languages such as your Scrum, Agile, Reactive Native. Again, we are appealing to you as our stakeholders or as the sectors to avail yourself when we invite you for this collaboration of qualification development. We will also be through with the industry, establishing learning labs, including of universities and TVETs. We will be running skills competitions, as well as a hackathon. Just to talk of the skills competition as a country, we are also participating to the World Skills Competition that takes place every second year. As MICT SETA, we have been participating or supporting some of the competitors since 2017. What we have learned in all these competition where we've participated, our learners, we come back with no medal. And the reason for that is because when we go there, we most of the time go with our competitors having not been prepared thorough. Now, having learned from the best, we will be starting with this initiative in partnership with our stakeholders or our partners. We start thoroughly preparing for this competition with the hope that come 2024, we will then be taking a delegation of well-skilled competitors so that we come back with at least some of these medals. And the reason for this is a country initiative. It's not a MICT SETA initiative, so we therefore need to make sure that we thoroughly prepare for this competition. So I know that some of you who have been participating in some of the local or international competition, such as the BRICS, I know there was a BRIC competition. There's one that is also coming, and some of you as industry are participating. So we'll also be reaching out to those stakeholders to collaborate with us while we are preparing for this competition. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Cutting edge future skills. I think the MICT SETA is truly living its vision from the presentation that Gugu has just presented. And I think also what it has highlighted is that developing 4IR qualifications that obviously leads to new job opportunities, and these 4IR qualifications that lead to emerging industries do not necessarily take away from the jobs, but they actually create new opportunities. And with these 30+ qualifications that have developed, this is now an opportunity for us to align and ensure that we are responsive in developing qualifications that are aligned to 4IR technologies. I will recognize your questions. As I said, let us utilize the engagement session after the ETQA presentation. So hold on to your thoughts and then we'll be able to address all the questions, including those that were not. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings me to introduce Ms. Natalie Nelson, our Senior Manager for ETQA. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to today's session. Chairperson of the Board, CEO, Executive Management Team of the MICT SETA, and you, our critical stakeholders, SDPs, assessors, moderators, and just, general ETD fraternity, thank you for coming out today. My presentation today is going to focus on some changes that are happening within the skills development landscape, with emphasis on the transitional arrangements and the move from historical qualifications into then the occupational model as underpinned by the OQSF policy. So just in terms of the key points and what we'll cover today, we're going to have a look at the OQSF policy, the implications of the OQSF policy. We're going to have a look at our role as an assurance quality partner as mandated by QCTO, and we'll have a look at the qualifications that we are currently developing there. We're going to have a look at the registration of ETD practitioners there, have a look at subject matter experts and how they are registered through the occupational framework. And then lastly, we'll have a look at the DQP updates, and that's specifically looking at the realignment of our historical qualifications then into the OQSF model. So just in terms of what we do within the ETQA, we look at the accreditation of skills development providers. We register the ETD practitioners, those are assessors and moderators, and we'll also take on the role then of registering subject matter experts. We conduct verification and certification, and we do qualifications realignment. So just moving into the sub-framework and just understanding how the changes have happened, basically with looking at the OQSF in the past, what would happen was from a QCTO perspective and a SETA perspective, we could start on an NQF level 1 all the way up to and including an NQF level 5, and at times based on industry need, an NQF level 6. Under the OQSF policy, it makes provision for us to pivot all the way from AET, as it's now known, or ABED level, up to and including an NQF level 8. And that basically means that we can develop qualifications based on industry need, of course looking at the research that is generated by my colleague in and through SSP, other research from the World Economic Forum, other SSP reports, and basically the data and analysis that we receive from you in and through your WSP and ATR submissions, and start to develop qualifications, qualifications, as well as skills programs that respond to your immediate skills needs and priorities. And then, of course, we look at the Council for Higher Education and Training, and we know that that's basically looking at your master's and your PhD or doctoral level. So just having a look at the OQSF policy, basically the policy came into effect and was fully signed off September, October of last year. The OQSF policy basically indicates that in terms of the model that I indicated previously, qualifications can be developed up to and including an NQF level 8. The transitional arrangements then become part of the OQSF, and that basically indicates that all of our historical qualifications, or the pre-2009 qualifications, as they call them, or legacy qualifications, come to an end on the 30th of June, 2023. So what does that mean in terms of the expiry date? What does that mean? That basically means that providers can no longer apply for accreditation beyond the 31st of March 2023. This means if you're already an accredited training service provider and your accreditation expires, the MICT SETA has undertaken to basically extend your accreditation up to and including the last date of enrollment on the qualification, which is the 30th of June 2024. Okay, so beyond the 31st of March 2023, you would then be required to engage with the QCTO to seek accreditation for the occupational training programs. So just in respect of the quality assurance updates, once again, and we are belaboring this point because we know service providers come back and say, we didn't know that it would end on the 31st of March 2023. It certainly would. We all understand that the process of accreditation is quite a rigorous process. We need to ensure that you as a service provider have the necessary, number one, skills. Number two, that you've got a training site for implementation, particularly for those qualifications and or those areas where we focus on rural implementation. We understand that there may not be the necessary infrastructure to be able to run mobile training, online training, etc. So we need to ensure that the learners are in a safe environment when we do that. You also need to ensure that you have assessors and moderators in the process so that we are able to move through the process of accreditation and pivot through it. And for this reason, we need a total of at least 3 months to process your application. Remembering that the 3 months is dependent on the completeness of your application. So in terms of the process that we'll run through around accreditation, we clearly indicate what we require in order to vet you from a desktop compliance perspective into a site visit, which can then be done either physically, depending on where you're situated, or using our online platform, and then reach the end of the process where we then present your report to the accreditation committee who recommend for accreditation. So just in terms of the accreditation of STPs and our historical qualifications, we have developed an online platform. So we would call it a platform, but they are online forms that we've generated because we understand that we've had some challenges with our learner management system. And as our CEO has indicated, we are currently developing a platform, an online learner management system, and we are a good 75% away. What we are currently doing is working through the historical data that exists to ensure the accuracy of the information for migration into the system. I think we all understand the analogy, rubbish in, rubbish out. So we do not want to sit with a situation where we migrate information and data into the system that is not accurate and a true reflection of what has happened over this period of time in terms of implementation. So you can visit our online website, and basically using that, you can start the process of application for accreditation. So in terms of what you would require to start the accreditation process, if you're looking for a full qualification, you would first need to engage with QCTO. You would need to log onto the QCTO website. You would need to apply for a referral letter for the qualifications for which you seek accreditation. If you're looking for skills programs only, this could be selected unit standards from different qualifications. You do not need to go to the QCTO and can directly apply with the MICT SETA. So what do we look at? We look at the referral letter for full qualifications, legislative documentation, CIPC, lease agreement, proof of financial viability. ETD practitioners, your assessors and moderators must be registered with the MICT SETA. We call them constituent assessors and moderators. They must be registered with us for the qualifications where they will be conducting assessment and moderation. Your learning materials should be readily available, including your learner guide, facilitator guide, the assessment guide, the logbook, and the alignment matrix. Your quality management system, processes, policies, procedures. How are you going to implement training? How are you going to enroll learners? How are you going to track their achievement? How are you going to endorse learners at the end? What is your assessment policy? What is your moderation policy? What is the procedure that will be followed? And of course, we look at this comparatively with what the NQF says around the principles of assessment, the principles of moderation overall. And then lastly, we look at your implementation site. So just to respond to the gentleman around whether we do make allowance for online learning, certainly we do. And we do not prescribe which platforms you could make use of. You could use Google Meets, you could use Teams, you could use whatever platform is available where we're able to track the learner attendance. You're able to record the sessions for the SETA to actually have a look at in terms of the quality of what has been implemented, and you're also then able to track the duration of the full implementation. There should also be allowance for interaction in those sessions, noting that most of the formative activities activities or classroom activities would actually happen online on that platform. In the instances where you would like to then do summative assessments, we do require that if you have a facility to actually implement and do the summative assessments for portfolio of evidence building, that actually happens at a site that the MICT SETA has approved. If you do not have a training site, you could then develop an SLA with an implementing partner. We've got quite a few training providers who have signed SLAs with other training providers in order to make use of their facility as well. So there is flexibility around how you implement, but the most important factor for the MICT SETA and basically across the board is that we need to underpin the Occupational Health and Safety Act. So your facility must be fully compliant in respect of that. Moving into our accreditation process and how we govern everything, you would do your online application. We would then receive all your documentation. So when you do the online application using that form, you would receive an email back with a link that will basically ask you to please upload the necessary documentation. The checklist would also then be sent to you to say, these are the areas that we look at. Please ensure that you submit this documentation. We then conduct a desktop compliance vetting, and you are then indicated, or we send it to you and say, you are 80% of the way, or you are 90% of the way, or you are ready for allocation. Once you are ready for allocation, we allocate then to an advisor, and that advisor can either do a physical site visit or an online site visit. We find that some providers still require an online site visit, and we do make allowance for that the physical site visit, and we make allowance for that as well. Then once you have had this visit, you engage with the advisor, and you should receive a report back that either says, I recommend for accreditation, or these are the gaps that you need to close. We ideally give you about 7 to 21 days to close those gaps, depending on the severity of the gap that we've picked up. And once that happens, and you fully signed off the report, the advisor then presents that report to the accreditation committee, which sits on a bi-monthly basis. So generally, every second Friday is when the committee sits to actually look at your reports. Our planned time frame there is about 45 days, but it exceeds 45 days if we do the back and forth around the information that you actually need to submit. Noting that if you look at compliance and legislative documentation, there oftentimes an expiry date linked to that documentation. So if it takes you longer to resubmit additional evidence to us, your documentation expires and we go back and forth. So please, the completeness of your application is critical. I think I've said it in every single stakeholder session to date. I am not the chairperson of the accreditation committee. There's an independent committee that has been established by the CEO, and basically all of the decisions are made in line with our set policy within the MICT SETA, but the governing policy under QCTO. In terms of our accredited providers, we have a total of about 158 providers within the Western Cape. So what else do we look at in terms of occupational qualifications? The SETA is involved with the process of occupational qualifications. It's not as deeply entrenched as our own process under historical qualifications. Our role ideally starts with the site vetting. So just to quickly head into this, in terms of the red blocks, that's where the QCTO is highly involved and it's their process, and the blue blocks is where the MICT SETA then becomes involved in the occupational process. So when you start with the process of accreditation for any one of the programs my colleague Gugu has alluded to, you would then immediately submit your application to the QCTO. They would do the desktop vetting. Once you've reached the stage of compliance, they share the complete list and your pack of compliance documents with us, and we then engage with you around your availability for a site visit. This can be either a physical site visit once again, or an online site visit as well. Once we have concluded on the site visit and made a recommendation, we send you the report, you sign that off, and we submit it to QCTO. QCTO then ultimately make the decision. They also have a bi-monthly accreditation committee sitting. They will issue you with a letter of accreditation. We will issue you with a certificate of accreditation. Looking at our ETD practitioners and what they do, I think we're quite familiar on what an assessor and a moderator does, but basically the assessor in the process just takes the learner through, much like they would if they were the facilitator, ensures that the learner has met the minimum requirements for competence against whether it's a full qualification or outcomes of a unit standard. And the purpose there is just to look at what has been generated in terms of evidence and then understand whether in fact, it meets the minimum requirements. So there's a lot of judgment involved in that in terms of the evidence that's generated, and the purpose there is to increase quality. Going back to the point raised by my colleague, where there is no relation, Mr. Nelson in the back, just to ensure that there is no skills mismatch. We need to ensure that throughout the process and our partnership with you as skills development providers, when the assessor assesses and they deem Sue to be competent against the outcome, that certainly Sue, at the end of the process, once the moderator has come in, can eventually either be placed in a workplace with confidence that she can actually do the job, and or Sue has the ability to eventually open up her own institution if she feels the need to. And then just looking at moderation, the role of moderation in the process is critical. And what we pick up as trends when we conduct exit verification is that the moderator is involved in the process at the end. Unfortunately, that creates a gap in terms of the process, because the role of the moderator ultimately is to have an overview of the full implementation end to end. The moderator needs to receive the learning materials, look at the implementation plan, understand whether the notional hours would be met. They need to give you guidance on whether the assessment tools are sufficient to prove competence against the outcome of the qualification. They furthermore need to also ensure that the assessor is engaging with the learner at the points where they need to engage with the learner. Continuous assessment is happening. Ultimately, the role of the moderator within an SDP is literally becoming the SETA. They are endorsing prior to the SETA endorsing. So you disadvantage yourself in the process when you have the moderator come in at the end and the SETA cannot endorse your implementation because of the gaps that could have been picked up throughout the process. So we'd like to encourage you to please ensure that you involve your moderators from the onset of the process to ensure that we are not having these long lead times to try and close out on your programs. And we feel the pressure when I sit with 400 exit verification reports to work through, need to sample some portfolios of evidence, have picked up the gaps, and we need to say, do we look at these as developmental gaps with our SDPs, or are these literally gaps where we say, unfortunately, we cannot endorse the learners? So it's critical because it has an impact on you, but most importantly, the beneficiary, which is the learner. Moving into then our ETD practitioners and how you would register. So we have also set up another form online. In order to become an MICT SETA registered assessor or constituent assessor, you must have completed the relevant unit standard, which is governed and endorsed by the ETDP SETA, that is conduct outcomes-based assessment, and you must have subject matter expertise. So I know absolutely nothing about artificial intelligence except that I can ask Siri to do a million things for me and she's able to do it. So certainly if I sought to become an assessor on artificial intelligence, my application would be declined. So please ensure that as you apply for this registration, that the qualifications that you have achieved actually cover the scope of the qualification for which you seek to be registered. So you must have subject matter expertise. In terms of the registration documents, we need a certified copy of your ID and or passport if you are a foreign national, a certified copy of your work permit, your comprehensive CV, which must outline your work experience and your expertise. And then for re-registration, we have required an assessment report. Whether that assessment report was part of an exit verification or not, this just proves us that in fact you have completed and you have been involved in a process of implementation and conducted assessment. In terms of your documentation, they must all be certified within 6 months as per the presidential determination on validity determined in 2019. For moderator registration, the unit standard must be the conduct moderation of outcomes-based assessment assessment. We all know that in order to become a moderator, you need to first have completed assessment. So it's critical that you have subject matter expertise in the field of assessment. You should have conducted assessment in the past, and moderation. Same documentation applies: certified copy of your ID and or passport, certified copy of your work permit, a comprehensive CV, as well as then a assessment report are required. What we have experienced in terms of the submissions and applications that you've made, a lot of the times we do not receive your assessment reports as a sample. So we have engaged directly with the ETDP SETA, and we have reached an agreement that basically, based on the fact that you have been endorsed as a moderator through the ETDP SETA, we are able to then waive that re-registration or that assessment report. So that's no longer a requirement, and that will also then reflect in terms of the processes as we update them. In terms of the role of the moderator, so there have been lots of questions: is a moderator required in the process of occupational qualifications? So I'll be quite honest and say the jury's still out, and I'm hoping that my colleagues from QCTO would join us. If not, we understand that the role of the moderator then is directly linked to the external integrated summative assessment center. Okay, so that's the assessment center where the learner will go at the end of the implementation and just complete an exam, which will basically outline whether they can be certificated or not. Subject matter expert registration, so this is specifically linked to occupational qualifications as well. They also fulfill the role of assessor. So in terms of the process, the QCTO has determined that rather than having subject matter experts or QDFs in the process of qualifications development, they are opening it wide enough to say we want industry experts, subject matter experts to come on board and actually develop these qualifications with us. We will be sharing a schedule with you. It will be on our website as well. Free training is being offered currently by the QCTO, and I'm saying free training because we identify subject matter experts in the industry, and we then recommend that you are trained to actually put together these qualifications. So that process is also going to start unfolding as of the 1st of April 2023. What do we look for with subject matter experts? And of course, for us in our process, we want you to be part of our process when we're looking at the accreditation and we're doing the site visits. So we will engage with you as a subject matter expert to say, I am not sure on what's required for artificial intelligence. The equipment that has been set up, is it sufficient? Does it meet the minimum requirements? Would you say that this provider can actually implement on this qualification? And that's also then an expanded view in terms of subject matter experts. And then also looking at the suitability of the workplace site. So critical to understand with an occupational qualification, there are 3 components to it. You have the knowledge module, the practical module, and the workplace module, much like how a learnership should have been implemented in the past. The only difference here is that the prescribed modules are the practical, which is simulated, and the workplace. That is where the focus on this is, because it's vocational learning. The focus is not as academic as it was before. This is about the ability to do. So if you do not have an implementation site, a practical implementation site, you can then engage with the workplace. And once you actually move into the process of occupational accreditation, we will visit that workplace site with which you have an SLA to just determine its suitability for the workplace implementation component. So in terms of our accreditation process or our registration process for practitioner, much like for accreditation, that online application, desktop compliance vetting, recommendation by the advisor, and then registration and approval. Our time frame here is 30 days, depending on the completeness of the application, and we've managed to reduce that to a total of 21 days at this point. So just having a look at our ETD practitioners within your region, we have a total of 381. 54% of that is assessors, and the remainder, the 46%, is moderator, which looks at a pretty healthy ratio of ETD practitioner. Having a look at assessor to then the SDP, we're looking at a healthy supply, in fact, an oversupply of about 159%, and 6% of that are ETD practitioners or assessors of foreign descent. Having a look at your moderators, you've got about 129 of those in relation to your STPs, and I must tell you, you have got the highest percentage. We really struggle with that ratio, 82%, meaning that you have more than sufficient supply of moderators to be able to deal with the need for moderation within the province, and I think you deserve a round of applause for that. So in terms of your foreign moderators, we've also got that static at 6%. The next process that we look at is verification. That's the process that generally happens at the end. However, in terms of what the SETA has elected to do, we have elected as of the new financial year to actually do it the other way around and look at induction verification, and this is specifically for then our funded programs. We want to do induction verification because we want to ensure that you are ready to implement training. There's no point in implementing training and picking up that you were not ready at the end of the process because the gaps are so far, so wide to actually cover. Most times you find when we do exit verification, and let's just say there's significant gaps in the POE, by the time you ask the SETA to come out, the learner's been off the program for 3 to 4 months. Trying to get that learner back in to close those gaps is a challenge for you as an STP, for the learner themselves, and for us as a SETA. So the induction verification basically is around, are your assessors and moderators registered, still valid, learning materials in place? Has your site changed? If it has changed, is it a fit for purpose site in terms of the implementation? Then we move into interval. These are for our larger programs with over 100 participants. We look at a 50% implementation, and this is a dipstick. How are you doing? Are there any changes that we should be aware of? What challenges are you experiencing? It could be that I no longer have an assessor and I'm struggling to find assessors. What we then do is we seek consent from the assessor first to be able to share their information because of the POPI Act and its ramifications. And then the exit verification that we do right at the end. So in terms of skills programs, we only want to look at induction and then exit verification. However, for the longer programs, the full qualifications and the learnerships, we then look at all 3 of those areas. This slide, I'm not going to belabor the point. It will be available on the website as well, but much like you would apply for accreditation and ETD practitioner registration, you would visit our website, download the form, in fact, complete the form online and submit your application. You would then receive a link, and basically you'd need to upload 3 critical documents, the first being the verification toolkit, which basically tells us how the program was implemented, the assessor report, the moderator report as well. Once we've received that, we put you onto the allocation schedule, and the advisor will make contact with you around the implementation or when your site will be visited for verification. A point I just want to touch on exit verification, which is critical, is then a declaration of authenticity. We see portfolios of evidence, tons of portfolios of evidence, and we find that at the end we cannot endorse because the learner has not signed and said this is actually my portfolio of evidence. So when you're putting together your portfolio of evidence and the structure, please, please, please ensure that you have a declaration of authenticity in that learner POE to ensure that the learner can fully sign off, and when we endorse, we are endorsing the right learner. Verification process here, online application, submit the necessary documentation as indicated, we vet your application, put you onto the schedule. Once the schedule has been completed and the site visit has been completed, you'll receive a report from the advisor. Please fully sign off the report if you agree with the findings. The report then comes to my office for review. We sample sometimes, we ask for a copy of the POE just to ensure that the due process was followed, due diligence was followed, and we then sign off that report, which takes us into certification. We've got 2 types of certification within the ETQA. The first one is the issuing of a full certificate when you've completed all of the credits associated with the qualification. The second one is the statement of result. What we oftentimes pick up at this stage is that the provider does not keep track of whether the learner has completed what unit standard and whether they can be endorsed for specific unit standards. Remembering that you can accumulate credits across qualifications and you can carry them over to another qualification. So we disadvantage the learner when we do not note that Natalie has completed 7 or 8 unit standards within a qualification. She's been deemed competent. She should receive a statement of result for that. So please please track that information. If you visit our website under verification and certification, you will find a document there that basically gives you, it's a template, where you can enroll learners, where you can also then ask for learner achievement. Please use that template to basically indicate the status of whether the learner can be certificated, full certificate, or a statement of result. Governance process, once again, approved report. So once the report is fully approved, it goes to the certification unit. They will contact you to validate the learner information. Unfortunately, because we do not have an online system, we still make use of our Excel spreadsheets, and we understand human error. So we just want to ensure that before we certificate, the ID number is correct, the information is correct. Please, please, please work with us as we send that to you. Get it back to us as soon as possible so we're able to certificate the learners in the shortest period of time. In terms of the planned time frame there, we look at 40 days, but we're now averaging on a good 15 to 21 days in terms of this. Last one is around our development quality partner updates, and much like my colleague Gugu, we are responsible for qualifications development. The only difference is we look at our current qualifications. We've got about 43 qualifications as a SETA that were developed with the pre-2009 qualifications, and our responsibility is to realign those into the occupational model. Much like my colleague Gugu's indicated, we cannot do that without you. We are not the subject matter experts. We understand the process from a QCTO perspective and the governance around the process, but we need you with your skills, knowledge, expertise to come in, share that knowledge with us, so we are building qualifications that match what the sector needs and requires. When we engage with you and there's no appetite around the qualification and for it to be realigned, unfortunately the SETA then says, industry is saying there's no need for this qualification, so we do not put our investment into that qualification. So it's critical that you engage with us, not just only from a WSP ATR perspective, but if there are changes that are happening, noting that the WSP and ATR are developed on an annual basis. If there are changes that are rapidly happening within your sector, it is incumbent on you to engage with the SETA to say, we are seeing a skills gap here, a rapid rise in this, a need for this skill or this occupation. And of course, we'll certainly go back and we'll test the market and ensure that there's enough evidence to prove that we certainly need to develop this qualification, but we cannot do it without you. So I want to echo Gugu's sentiments where she says, please, please, please be involved in our process of qualification realignment. There's quite a rigorous step. I'm not going to head into this, but basically we start with QCTO and we end with QCTO as well. But in the middle of this process is you. So in terms of the qualifications that we have realigned to date, the advertiser qualification, and I'd just like to extend a warm thanks to Sue and her team for really being instrumental in the development of this qualification. We could not have done it without them. We also understand that Cape Town is what we would call the creative hub. So we're going to ask all of you creatives to please join us on this journey as we continue to develop. We are currently busy with an NQF level 7 and 8 film and television qualification. We started with the development in the latter part of last year. This will be the first of its kind in terms of the MICT SETA at an NQF level 7 and 8. What we've realized is that film and television professionals do not have a way in which they can articulate all the way up. So we have people sitting with skills, knowledge, competencies, but they've never been recognized or can't be recognized because there were no qualifications at this level. So building this qualification is to be able to say not just training through the normal process of training, but through a process of RPL, we can then recognize you for the skills and the knowledge that you have, and you can of course be certificated and expand your knowledge and skill set. So those are the ones that we have developed so far. We are currently in alignment and development of 9 qualifications that we anticipate would be finalized by the end of our financial year, which is the 31st of March. In terms of the new qualifications or the additional qualifications, we've got about 10 qualifications that we are developing. We will share this again, but these have already, some of them have started, particularly the creative qualifications. They have commenced. Some of them will be commencing in April as well, and this is where we need you to join us in the development of these qualifications. With that, Program Director, I think I've reached the end of my presentation. Just the details on who you can contact, it's myself as well as our acting ETQA Manager, Mokgadi Masekela, will also then share details of our unit heads who are responsible for each of the functions within the ETQA unit. Thank you.
Thank you to Natalie's in-depth presentation. That leads us now through to our next presentation by the QCTO. They are standing by online to present, but I think whilst we get the technical aspects, let us then reopen the engagement session. And I think there were a couple of questions at the back. I'll recognize the two gentlemen. And then there were, three on that side. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Firstly, thank you for your incredibly rigorous professionalism and for your farsightedness today. It's been like a breath of fresh air for us. We're from the film and electronic media sector. My name's Seaton Bailey, and I head up an organization called the SA Film Academy. And I know we're the tiniest blimp on your radar in terms of the economies of scale, and we totally get and we totally understand that. And I also know that the CEO was scheduled to have come for a meeting, to come for a visit down to the Cape Town Film Studios and to Atlantic Film Studios, and COVID got in the way.
Yeah.
But the elephant in the room here really is the pace of change. And I think everybody will agree with me about that, because no sooner have we thought we've caught up than we're superseded by new incredible developments in technology. And one of our biggest bugbears from the film and electronic media sector has been how ICT and film and electronic media, because I mean, it's not even film, electronic, and digital media, have been kind of kept as two discrete sectors. And I think that, you know, Gugu, with your presentation and with what's happened today, we have a very real sense that the 4IR kind of a juggernaut is actually now beginning to bring this converging technology into a world where we have to be seen as a kind of a single sector rather than two discrete, the false dichotomy of film, electronic media, and ICT, because we've just completed a skills program in virtual production, because we have the amazing blessing at Atlantic Studios of having a virtual production studio right next to us. And it's been the most extraordinary adventure, but we can't even guarantee that we're going to be able to employ the people that we will be completing this skills program with, because it's such amazing, incredible new technology. And we'd love to invite you to the virtual production studio to come and see what's happening, because we're dealing at the moment with Unreal Engine and with Epic Games in India and in Germany, and they've said they want to come and visit us and they want to meet you guys, and there's so many amazing and incredible things happening, but we haven't even got there with what we're talking about here. So I just want to say thank you for today, but we have to really keep at the cutting edge of what's happening and bring together the film and electronic media sector far more closely with ICT and see it as already converged technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Seton. Those positive insights are quite welcome. There's a mic. Okay, let's take the gentleman here. We'll come back to you.
Thank you. Sitembe Lindaba from Loction Pioneers. You see, program director, some of us are in that age where we look for our spectacles whereas they are in our eyes. So if you point me on the first session and you come back on the second session, probably that question would have been long gone by the time you give me the mic. But my question or a comment was in the presentation done by Obontle. Luckily, I remember her name because she says my daughter's surname. I mean, my daughter's name. So she spoke about the race profiling in terms of what MICT SETA is responding to. And she gave us the national breakdown, but not the demographics per province. Because I want to believe that Western Cape is very unique in terms of its demographics. And the mandate is talking about 85% actually of African race, and which is where they're supposed to be doing this intake. But the skills development providers are not reflecting that. You get in the Guguletus, I had two speakers speaking about it, and the Kailichas and everything. All these learners are coming out from there, and they are being moved to skilled developers somewhere else outside these particular townships. And my call is actually, we look at us, or the skills development providers in these areas, equip them, and with the necessary, all the integrities that the Gugu and Natalie was talking about. So my invite to you guys is actually to please look at that and equip us with all those necessary qualifications that are needed for that. So that's just my comment on that one. And I think the other two speakers covered me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Afternoon, colleagues. My name is Fundi Jwanti from Zibonele FM, a community radio station in Kaelicha. We also have been working with MICT SETA for a while for radio production course that we do. I've got a few pointers that I also tried to ask before we broke the first session. Firstly, Buntle mentioned the students quitting after 3 months of doing the program. I think that's the one thing we're facing, especially in our area, because there's a lot of unemployment. What we've noticed, and we've had to do a few changes with regards to how we get people or students or learners to be interested and actually finish the program, because we were getting a lot of learners dropping before the actual program finishing. So we've had that problem, but once we found out what the actual issue is, it was the stipend issue. It's not enough, and they are feeding families there. So it's not just about me getting a qualification to do what I want to do, which is radio, but I also need to, feed my family. So I wanted to find out if you guys are maybe looking at increasing the stipend anytime soon. And sorry guys, it had to be said. And the system of uploading the competent students, it's currently very long and a process. And I know that there's now a new system in place where we are using a link, because the one that we were using, because we literally had to put on or upload students one by one. And we take like 25 or more students a year. So it's currently a lot of work. If you could guys look into that. And I heard someone talking about people not being, or how you guys are advertising or communicating whatever it is that you help the communities with. Well, coming from a community radio station, you could advertise with us. You could advertise with us. We could help you there.
Good call. Good call.
And then I wanted also to find out, because I'm not sure if this one, I don't know who can, maybe Buntle can help. Statement of results. When we upload the students with the statement of results, and then some of them maybe drop out at module 8. And then they will have to get statement of results instead of the certificate. Can they come back and finish just the whatever modules that they did, and do we have to now upload again the entire thing for them to get the actual certificate? Thank you.
Thank you, Fundi. The MICT SETA will take up that challenge on possible trade exchanges with Zibonel. I'll just give over to Buntle just for her to respond to the questions. And then we also had something on process efficiencies. Ernest, that stipend issue is coming up again. Money, money, money. And then just prior to that, we will then take on the two questions that were there. So let me just allow us to tackle that. Can we bring a mic to Buntle here in the front?
Thank you, Taviso. I didn't have a question, it was just a comment, but I'll respond to that around the Western Cape racial demographics for our sector. So I did say that we do have that information, so what we'll do in the next round when we come through, we'll actually present that so we have a clearer picture in terms of where we are with the Western Cape, and I think that's a very valid point. Thank you.
We can move it to Ernest. I think that does require a response.
Thank you for the question. With regards to the stipend, we are currently reviewing our policy, especially on the learnership allowance. Then it's going to be reviewed, and once it's approved, then we'll let you know in terms of figures.
Can we have a mic? We've got a mic at the, yeah, you may go ahead. In the meantime, can we have a mic over here, Raymond?
Oh, thank you. My name is Mziwokolo Mayedwa. I'm from Siseko Technologies, that is operating in Khayelitsha. I've heard that previously people were saying there are no service providers there. Well, I just want to tell it, I feel as if I won't be doing any justice if I were to keep quiet. We do have a program that is running there and is also funded by MICT SETA, and 80% of those is black women who are part and parcel of that particular program. So the program has started running in July last year, and I'm happy to say we still maintain the 100% of the students that are actually participating.
A round of applause.
So in most cases, we spoke about a number of issues, lack of women, lack of disability people, and all of that. I do feel that sometimes we just take the blame and put it on the MICT teachers, whereas the people who are recruiting these learners, it's us. It is not MICT teacher that is recruiting, but it is us as service providers. So I just want to say thank you to MICT SETA for such a good and wonderful work. And of course, there are a number of challenges that are also coming there that needs to be addressed and all of that. The issues of stipend, the issues of making sure that there's efficiency and effectiveness as to how we do things. Those things are also, some of them are within our own stakeholders as part and parcel to make sure that we fix those particular issues. So the ma'am that was looking for people in Khayelitsha, there is a service, there is a training center there that is running all those particular programs. But thank you so much.
Colleagues, I also just want to piggyback on what the gentleman has just said on the aspect of recruiting learners. Please do make use of the MICT SETA platforms. You're more than welcome to send us a request and we shall share it far and wide. We need a mic over here. In fact, we need about 3 mics on this end. There seems to be quite a number of stakeholders that want to comment and have questions. Can we just have 3 more mics ready this side so that in the interest of time, when one completes, we can move on to the next person? You may go ahead.
Testing, testing, am I on? Says on. Am I on?
Can we just
yes.
assist her?
Okay.
Okay.
Hi, it's Sue from Red and Yellow again. This is a question about assessing. Having worked on a new QCTO qualification, the framework is so different to what we're used to. So I wanted to get an understanding of what assessment will look like. Will it still be unit standards based? Will it still be competency based? Yes, okay, great. So if we invest in upskilling and training assessors, that's fine. It's still going to have longevity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You may go ahead.
Morning, colleagues. I'll try to be very, very short. I think I would also do no justice if normally when I do conferences, I'm always like the one who's always so quiet at the back. But my name is Pearl Mutiwa, and I'm head of production at Cape Town TV. We work very closely with institutes such as CPUT. Last year already, we were able to employ about 5 journalists from CPUT. We also employed about 5 upcoming filmmakers from AFDA and Big Fish. So normally I train them, and I've sort of been doing that for many years. So we have previously worked with MICT SETA, and we are grateful for the platform that you've given us. To me, this is just an open call, just to let you know that we have a show within Cape Town TV which is called ETQA. It's similar to your Hectic 99s, your Yo TVs of the world, where every Monday, the show is a weekly show that runs Monday to Friday, and it's live. So in that way, we're able to interact with our audiences, which is obviously targeted at young people. And our Monday segment is primarily looking at youth unemployment and career opportunities that are available for them. So as service providers, please do contact us. We're willing to interview you in terms of the work that you do, and also do what we call is an insert. So we can come to your organization and see the work that you do. Obviously, in mind, we want our learners and also unemployed graduates to know the type of available opportunities that are there for them. So what we're trying to do this year is that through the PDP program, which is called the Production Development Program, is we're trying to find funding, particularly for Black filmmakers in Cape Town, which they'll be working very closely with myself. But what we've realized is that a lot of them struggle with accessing funding, so to complete their production from pre-production to post. It's a lot of money, obviously, to have to come with. So we're trying to secure funding for them. Overall, we've got so many scripts that have been sent to us, and it's so overwhelming, from different locations, Kylie, Shalanga. We do a lot of workshops. I do a lot of workshops with these students. So that's something that we are doing. So I just wanted you to just recognize that Cape Town TV is there. And what we normally do is, we know the stipend that is available through various organizations that we've tried to build relationships, is that normally we try to top up from that 3.5. So if a learner, if we're given 3.5 from MICT SETA, we then top them up. If the budget allows us, we top them up with an extra 1,000 rands. We also offer them a meal at work. So those things are available. And with our organization, it's purely driven by interns. So let me just say, let me say 70% are interns from CPUT, UCT, and etc. But the greatest challenge that we have is you find that a lot of learners are coming from universities, so they're not really trained on how to behave when they're at work in general. So unfortunately, we've been in a position where we had to let go some students, like a lot even, based on the fact that they don't pitch up to work, or they come to work, it was the weekend, they had a few drinks, and all of those things. So I just wanted to check with you as well, that if we're funded by MICT SETA this year again, if we have a learner in particular that is troublesome, are we able to replace them? Would you be able to also, the stipend that was provided previously by the other learner, would you be able to continue with the other student that we've recognized on our side? Yeah.
Thank you. Colleagues on the ground, can I just ask us to get mics ready to all the people that have got hands up, just in the interest of time? I recognize 2 hands over there. Can we get a mic? But ma'am, you may go ahead.
Hello, my name is Hajra Kasim, and today I hope I can get through this, but today I'm standing in front of you on behalf of my intern, Tembale Tuguma, who was part of your MICT SETA. He passed away tragically in an accident in February 2023. Losing, just apart from what the MICT SETA does, this is also a vote of thanks to the Western Cape delegates, Zikisa, Raymond, Nambita, and the team, for the impeccable support that they've provided during this very, very difficult period, for the support they've provided in terms of the family, and for the students, because it really, really impacted on my students. I think that's my vote, to say that the MICT SETA is not just there as this big conglomerate which is impersonal. It is very personal. They help us when we need help. I'm a small business owner. There's been so many questions at times that I don't know what's going on, that I badger and hound the MICT SETA Western Cape offices, and they have been impeccable in coming back to me time and time again. this is also a huge vote of thanks, and sometimes we might not acknowledge a very, very special person sitting in this room, and we might think they are divorced from reality and they're just at executive level making decisions. But today I want to say thank you, Dr. Simpiwe Tobela, for helping me in your capacity to get through what was such a difficult time of losing my intern, whom I love dearly. So for Tembele Tuguma, I stand and say, the job that you have done was well received, because part of that at his memorial was about the impact that the MICT SETA had in his life as a student sound intern. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your sentiments and condolences to the intern. Ladies and gentlemen, I would really like to give everybody an opportunity to engage, but we do have lunch. Please, can you engage during lunch? We've got QCTO that is waiting online. We don't want to keep them waiting, and I think we would all want to gain insight from that presentation. Okay, whilst we get QCTO, I'm just going to ask Natalie to spend 10 seconds responding to a question.
Thank you. I think there was a question around the statement of results and can a learner actually complete the qualification. So when you enroll a learner for a full qualification and they only complete certain unit standards, when we exit them off the full qualification, basically meaning that they're no longer enrolled on that qualification. If you want them to complete the remainder of the unit standards, you would need to re-enroll them, but only for those unit standards. We would then have a look at credit accumulation, and at the end of the process, once they've successfully completed the outstanding unit standards, we would issue them with a certificate of competence. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again. My name is Mr. Sfiso Mkonza, the director. I'm kidding. Okay, my apologies. I'm going to announce on behalf of Mr. Sfiso Mkonza, who will be joining us. Unfortunately, last time he couldn't join and I took over the presentation. Thankfully, he is here, and he will then conduct the presentation on accreditation. Thank you. Over to you, QCTO.
Good morning, colleagues. I can't see the presentation. Are you sharing for me or should I share for myself?
You can share.
I'm not familiar with Zoom, but I'll maneuver. I thought you were sharing for me. Can you share for me, please, so that I can be very fast, because I know it's lunchtime.
Bongiwe, can you see the presentation on the screen? We are sharing it on your behalf.
I am seeing a presentation on the screen.
Yes, I think we can
Yes, there you
move
are.
on. You'll just let us know when we need to move to the next slide.
This is not the one for accreditation. This is the one for qualification development. Thank you.
Will you do it? Okay. Can I just request Ms. Natalie Nelson just to take us through? Then Bongiwe, we will ask you to then have the second part of that presentation, as this presentation was supposed to have been delivered by Mr. Mkonza. And I suppose, Natalie, once again, you will take us through that.
Thank you, Program Director. I am going to fly through this presentation because I stand between you and lunch, as the chair stood between everyone and lunch in PE. Right. So just a quick presentation outline from the QCTO. We're quickly going to cover the OQSF. We're going to understand that it's a ministerial determination. We're going to have a look at the nomenclature and then, of course, your readiness to be able to implement. So quickly moving into the transitional arrangements, which underpins part of the presentation I did earlier around the qualifications, pre-2009 qualifications. It was a ministerial determination, so it's not that QCTO woke up and decided, let's change everything. There was a ministerial determination in 2020. It was gazetted on the 24th of December in 2020, and that gave effect then to the OQSF policy. Important to note, registration end date for pre-2009 qualifications, 30th of June 2023. Last date of enrollment, meaning you may not enroll a learner into a pre-2009 qualification beyond the 30th of June 2024. If you do, the learner will not be certificated, endorsed for certification. And then last date of achievement, you have up to and including the 30th of June 2027 to implement on the historical qualifications. This basically means that there's a teach-out period that's associated with it. In terms of the occupational qualifications, noting that there are several SETAs and they have been developing qualifications. In terms of the registered qualifications in total, at the end of 2023, so I would say probably this is up to and including February, there's a total of 690 qualifications that have been registered on the NQF that range across the 21 SETAs. Registered occupational programs within the scope of the MICT SETA, so that are coming to an end, noting that while we have developed and we're still in the process of development and realignment, there are qualifications that we've realigned already. And so this is just a depiction of how many of those qualifications would come to the end of their life cycle, meaning those qualifications need to be reviewed. Once again, the same process that we do for realignment of qualifications would be applicable here, where subject matter experts would indicate whether there are new skill sets and competencies that need to be built into these qualifications. So there's one that's coming to an end in 2023 and another in 2026. So just having a look at qualifications and the OQSF and what's changing in terms of the policy. There is a new qualification nomenclature, so that's just around the language and the norms that have been used. The credit threshold for qualifications and part qualifications. So we didn't really have this applicability in terms of the credit threshold, particularly for skills programs. However, that has been updated within the OQSF policy. A minimum of 8 credits for a skills program and a maximum of 80 credits for part qualifications. And then exit level outcomes and assessment outcomes must be appropriate and they must be linked to the outcomes of the qualification. So I think this links to your question around assessment. So that's part of what governs it. International compatibility. So the qualifications that we are building, yes, we are building them for our type of socio-economic dynamics, but we're also looking at global competitiveness. So we want to build the skills that will position the country for global competitiveness, and that's why international compatibility is required. Articulation, can I move using a qualification? Can I eventually move from NQF level 6, 7, 8, 9 within the same framework? Or can I then say, I'm moving out of the OQSF framework because I now want to head into Council for Higher Education and Training. I've achieved an NQF level 6 qualification through QCTO, and I now want to move into an honors degree within the traditional academic sense. So it gives you basically the vertical, diagonal, and horizontal articulation. Integrated assessments, so all across the board, yes, we talk about continuous assessment, but integrated assessments to understand different areas of competencies and how they integrate into a fuller body of knowledge and competence. The QAS addendum, which is the qualification assessment specification, this is a governance document that basically indicates that this is the knowledge, the competence and the skill the learner needs to exhibit in order to eventually be certificated. The curriculum document, and then the stakeholder consultation, and this all forms part of the qualifications review, development, and realignment process. Just to take you through this, there's a 3-stage process where the application is sent to QCTO. Then we move into the development process, and those are meetings with you as our subject matter experts, where we then put together the knowledge and the skill and the competencies. The evaluation process, once we've done the development, we submit it to QCTO, they evaluate, they make recommendations, they ask for clarity, and then the next stage of the process takes place, of course, where it goes out for public comment. You make your public comments if there are any public comments linked to this, and eventually the qualification is recommended by SAQA. I'm not sure why we are flying at the speed of light, but we certainly are flying at the speed of light, and it's got nothing to do with my fingers. So just in terms of the stakeholders, I think we've covered this with my colleague Gugu. There's a 6th pillar. We're looking at employer representatives, employee organizations, assessment experts, regulatory bodies, training providers, council for higher education representatives, and then higher education representatives as well. Important to note that when we put together the QAS addendum, which is the assessment specification as well as the ESA document, we do not engage with SDPs, because that is the blueprint, basically. So it's like giving you the exam before it's being written. So we do that specifically with our subject matter experts. So this just talks about the different components of the qualification. This will also be available on the website. It just talks around the occupational profile, what it should include, the module specifications. Important to note there, we do the knowledge, the theory, as well as the practical workplace experience. Remembering that, as my colleague, Ms. Makopi from QCTO does her presentation, critical to note is then that workplace component. And if you do not have a workplace implementation site to sign that service level agreement with a site, a production house, where they actually have access to the equipment to validate that in fact you can implement the qualification. So I'll skip through this. And then the last slide, important to remember, is around how do you deliver? So I get this question very often. In fact, one of the providers in Bloemfontein asked, we are accredited with QCTO. We have no idea where to start in terms of implementation. So just the readiness to deliver is critical. So there must be a registered qualification available. You have to have a learner who has an appetite in this qualification. You must have an accredited SDP, which would be you. You must have a workplace approved site, and you must have an assessment center which is accredited. When my colleague Buntle comes to do a session, we'll also be joining her, where we'll take you around the specifics of how to become an ESA center. What do we specifically look for? So I think there was 3 stakeholders earlier who mentioned that you have access to equipment. Ideally, you would be well suited to then become an assessment center, because you've got all of the practical and workplace elements that are required for us to actually have an accredited assessment center. So that's going to be a strong focus for us as we head into the new financial year, on educating you on what is required. Please remember that when you become an assessment center, you have to actually cover, so you're going to have to select, if you're going to be a skills development provider, you cannot assess your own learners through an assessment center. You can only assess the learners of another provider, and likewise, vice versa. So that's the only difference there. Then the last part, if you want to implement an approved skills program, you need a learner and you need an accredited skills development provider. As my colleague Gugu has indicated, we will be developing the learning materials. We anticipate that probably by September we should have a few programs readily available for you to tap into. A question I got this morning from one of the SDPs, what happens if I become accredited for an MICT SETA program and you have not yet finalized the learning materials? We will receive the list of accredited providers because we're involved with the process with QCTO, and once the learning materials are ready, we will then issue those to you, but for the programs for which you become accredited. With that, the end of Mr. Mkonza's presentation. I thank you.
Bongiwa, I hope you are still standing by. You may now present your presentation. If you could just be mindful, please, of the time. We still have 2 more items in our agenda. We need to hear from the closing remarks from the chairperson of the board, and the CEO will introduce him formally. leading us to that last segment. Thank you.
Mrs.
You may move ahead, Ms. Makopi.
Okay, good afternoon again, colleagues. I am going to share with you the accreditation process for the QCTO. Can go next slide. My presentation outline is as follows. It starts from 1 to 5, accreditation application for occupational qualification and skills program. Overview, accreditation application process for occupational qualification and skills program. Accreditation approval, appeals, application links. Thank you. This is an overview. In order to be accredited, everybody knows for skills program, for occupational qualifications, the SDP, TVET, CET must be accredited by the QCTO. You cannot do the accreditation without being accredited, even if you're a TVET or a community college. And accreditation policy curriculum document is available on the QCTO website. It's very important to be checked before applying for occupational skills program accreditation. We're saying this because we get people who are asking us that we want to be accredited, and then we ask and they said, I don't know. So you must familiarize yourself with curriculum document accreditation policy there on the website. The accuracy for the information that is written by the SDP is very important because it ends up covering all the domains of the QCTO, which is qualification development, accreditation, assessment, and also certification. If the information is wrong, if the ID number is wrong, the certificate will be wrong also. The QCTO issues accreditation for a specific physical address, and hence multiple applications must be submitted. You apply and then you don't share application with the other address. If you have we can have so many satellites as you want, but there must be an address. We must know where you are so that when we send summons, we can get you, even if you are applying, you are doing the qualification online. You must apply for a change of address when necessary, for a new site visit, because we don't know how is that site looking like. So you apply when you move, you don't move. It's written on the letter of accreditation that before you move, you must apply. Another slide. This is step one, whereby we have, once the application is submitted online, the prospective skills development provider will receive automated acknowledgement. Colleagues, we are applying, we are only online, we don't take manual accreditation applications. So at last we are doing it online. So you get after that, after submitting online the application and automatic acknowledgement of receipt, the link to upload the compliance documents. These steps are following one another. You put your application, as we are accrediting occupational qualifications, part qualification skills program and assessment centers. So you will get an email saying that put the annexures, and then the annexures are gonna go to be explained in step 2, where is a desktop evaluation that will be done. You can go on. Another slide. Okay, this is step 2, the desktop evaluation. We are asked these things that are on the screen, you know them. CIPC, the latest tax clearance certificate, or a letter of exemption if you are exempted, like a TVET, you are a CET college, you can produce that. We want to see this as the curriculum document is stating for a bookkeeper, what is it, what qualification must you have? We're getting people submitting any CV, whereas apply for project manager and it says that maybe you must be an expert in project manager, and then they will just put anything. So you must go to your curriculum document often. That's why on the overview, I specify that it is very important. And then we also want the details of foreign personnel accompanied by work permits, as we are not discriminating in checking the facilitators, you can employ anyone. And then the proof that you are financially sustainable, like for instance, an audited financial statement, we're just checking if you are able to, you will be able to do the training. And also we ask the business plan for protection if you were not audited before. The MOUs, the valid OHS is very important since you know that the buildings are burning and stuff. Proof of ownership or lease of agreement. Are you owning this place? Are you leasing this place? And then the learning material matrix. The learning material matrix is like a table of contents where it tells you which topic element is in which page and what document have you used, what sources have you taken this information if the learning material is not provided by that particular SETA, because the other SETAs are giving the learning material. Can go on. Okay, this is step 3, which is program delivery readiness. A site visit now is taking place. You have been vetted and you have passed the phase 1, which is a desktop evaluation. We send the confirmation sheet and implementation plan, learning material metrics, program delivery readiness tool, which I'm going to talk about at the bottom. Why we sending site visit confirmation? We want to confirm before we waste the money to come to you, because there are a lot of SCPs that are changing address at the very last moment. And then we just told ourselves that we must just confirm the address. So where are you going to do the knowledge? Where are you going to do the application? Where are you going to do application or practical or the MOU? And then where are you? Then we go as such. The site visit can be virtual or physical. These documents that are listed in the bullets are sent prior. You prepare yourself so that the GCO can come and confirm what you have written yourself. You can go on. A virtual site visit is an obvious case that the network must be reliable. You must test it, enough data. But the other qualifications for trades, the other that are not able, you are not able to do them virtually. You must go by yourself, physical, but on the soft skills, almost all you can do them virtual. And then the site visit cancellation, you cancel the site visit 7 days prior to the confirmed appointment, although we don't get it like that. It's a challenge to us, but we are trying. Failure to cancel the scheduled site visit in writing and lack of preparation may result in application being declined, where applicant will be required to reapply. We're getting so many challenges there where people are not are confirming, and then at the last hour they will say that I'm attending a meeting somewhere, I'm going somewhere, I'm having this and that. So that's what it means in those 2 bullets, that if you fail to schedule meeting, site visit, that you are not able to, you are going to go and follow the queue. But we don't do always all the time to the people when it's an important exam, it's an important thing that makes him not to be available. We weigh the things and see how I would want to assess, or if he said, I am available on a following date, I can do it because I have a bereavement or something, it is done. Yeah, we can get on. My Petrus died. These are the things that are needed when we do the site visit. I think physical resources, learning material is a very important one that I can mention, because it's a syllabus and we are writing A's on that one. So it is very important that you must have a learning material, but as I've indicated, other SETAs are doing it for the their SDPs. The implementation of effective quality assurance processes by management and the monitoring tool of for quality assurance. You must make sure that as a SDP, as a person who's checking the SDP, he can implement effectively quality assurance by checking the facilitators and checking the learners, do unannounced site visit in classes, sufficient and committed qualified personnel, which asking this for the second time because every time is changing. Sometimes on the desktop evaluation, you send these facilitators, and then when we go, we get other facilitators. You can go on. And then the LMIS, where you are going to put the data for the learner enrollment. We have a Excel that we are using for now, although we are preparing for a system where you must send your learner enrollment if you have been enrolled after you have been accredited, and relevant policies. The OHS is being repeated again because it's very important, and now we are checking it at the college or the institution, checking the fire extinguishers, if they are service, their assembly points, etc. You know all the things of OHS. Are you compliant? Are you having appointed people that are firefighters or first aiders, etc., etc.? So it's checked again, and we also do the walk-ins there. Thank you.
Can I have sound, please?
And then accreditation approval, the outcome of the accreditation shall be recommended to the QCTO. There's a committee in QCTO, internal accreditation committee, that analyze these reports. What are we doing now? Already we have capacitated other sitters. We are working with them, and then we give them the list every, when we are doing the schedule, they schedule them also themselves on their side, and then they share the schedule with us. And then we go to the site visit. We can arrive at any time, and we can go with them to the site visit. After that, they bring the reports, and then they are being analyzed and checked why someone didn't make it. And then an outcome will be issued. It's either it can be positive or negative. If it's negative, you have a right to appeal. You can go on. You have a right to appeal to the QCTO. The appeal email is accreditation@qcto.org.za. This go to the committee again, and then we deliberate on it, and then the committee will decide on what must be done. And then you are required to use the same email address for inquiries related to accreditation of educational qualification and skills program. You can go on. This is the links that are on the homepage of the QCTO. Remember, letter of intent is also there, although we don't encourage, as the 30th of June is closer, 2023, where you go with the example, the skills program application link that is highlighted in red that you can use. You just go to www.qcto.org.za, and then you'll find those links on the homepage at the bottom. When you want to apply for educational qualifications or part qualifications, you just go to accreditation services and forms. You get the applications there. I think that's about it, colleagues. Thank you very much.
Well, is this mic on? Or is it because I'm from rural areas, so I'm expected to just shout at the top of my voice? Is how people from Cape Town treat me. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, QCTO, and the presentation has been received. Thank you. And I have a sense that the presentation was more of reminding people of what they generally know and understand. And but thank you for that. And there's nothing wrong in reminding each other in case some of us are old like myself. So we'd like to be reminded from time to time. It's unfortunate that I always speak last when everybody is not thinking and listening. They want to go eat. please go get over and done with this thing. Food is waiting. But I need to first apologize for coming in late. It's bad behavior to walk in when the session is on, more so when the CEO is speaking. It's a very bad thing. But I've decided already, CEO, that there will be a disciplinary hearing happening at home. Because nobody gave me the directions to this place. And everybody knows that I'm from rural areas where there's no street names and things like that. So this is a cause for DC. That's one thing. The second thing that I needed to clarify here is that I am not yet Dr. Tobela. And I've got this unfortunate thing that everywhere I go, people refer to me as Dr. Tobela. I'm not there. Yes, indeed, I'm doing my PhD. I'm supposed to finish in the next few months. But I'm not there yet. So, but I accept the gesture. But please wait for a few months more to call me Dr. Tobela. The reason that I'm on this podium is to thank people for sacrificing their time and come and join us here. They say time is money. You could be doing something else that's more important than this. But you have decided to join us here. This is not just about you listening to us and us giving you information. But there's quite a lot of things that we are learning from you as you speak here. And there's things that we're picking up that are policy issues that we need to look into when we go back home to try and improve our own processes and efficiencies. So it's a two-way thing from where we sit, and we appreciate the time that you've given to us. But please note, the SETAs, 21 of them, are highly regulated entities. There's quite a number of things that we would have loved to do that we may not be able to do, precisely because of the regulations that hold us from doing certain things. If we had wanted to, we would have probably had a budget for infrastructure, making an example. But what would that mean to the primary mandate that we have if we had to set budget for infrastructure that must be linked to things that we have to do? It simply means that we must start thinking about collaboration more seriously on when MICT SETA brings this skill here through you guys, who else has to come in with what must aid and make it possible to deliver this skill? I think it becomes central on how we collaborate. And that collaboration is not only government to government, but government to private sector. Also, we need to ask, how do we collaborate? And I must say, before I speak about other serious things, I must say that the gentleman reminds me of from the film people. We were supposed to be at your place in May 2021. Yeah, unfortunately, we got trapped in a hotel due to COVID, and we lost one of the board members here who came down and never went back home still alive. We had to, it was a very unfortunate situation. We still want to come and see what you're offering. I have been in and out of Cape Town in my tenure and seen things that are good that you people are doing here and there. I've been to Michel's Plain. I've been to the farms somewhere in the Citrus Valley and to see what are things that we are doing with AgriSETA there. We've supported some community education colleges and I'm happy to hear a number of people saying MICT SETA is working with us. And I'm happy even with those who are saying there are things that you need to do that are better. That there are things that we need to do better. I said to the CEO now, this online matter and approving and vetting people and looking at their physical structure and whether they've got a training premises or not. It's a necessity. However, we must consider each situation and see what is the offering and whether the requirement is the same as the other. So we have to look into that. But linked to that is the control measures and quality assurances that we need to be careful about. Remember that I said we are a very regulated body. We still have to report to the Auditor General. And the greatest thing that they focus on is whether these learners are there, what we are paying for, or are we paying for ghost learners? And therefore, if you're going to do things online, you've got to have a proper mechanism of ensuring that you can provide an irrefutable a portfolio of evidence that learners have gotten the notional hours required and therefore can be declared competent. And I think that's a challenge for all of us. It's not for us internally as MICT SETA. Working with you, you are at the cold face of delivering, and therefore you've got to advise us, and we must look into it and apply our minds and say, how do we better our processes if those that are delivering on our behalf are saying 1, 2, 3. So I think it's something that we're going to be considering from a policy point of view. I must say, where is Marshall? Nelson is left. So I've been told that I must relocate from my village where there's no network and come to Cape Town. Yeah, well, I've been recruited to come to Mitchell's Plain, of course, but I've got 2 conditions. One condition is that if you're going to organize me a wine farm somewhere, that's one. 2, you're going to make me a premier of the province. Then I'll gladly relocate. Back to the serious stuff that we're talking about here. Here's my things that I'm concerned about that I think I need you to think about. One of the biggest problems that we have seen here when we arrived 2020, was that I've been concerned about the completion rate of learners that are taken through programs, whatever program, leadership, short skills, and this and other. My concern has been, if you are having an intake of 50 learners, how many do you see through? Right? And the reason for that is half the time, people are given SLAs for 50 and deliver 20, but are getting paid for 50. That's injustice. It cannot be allowed. This is money from levies that is paid by the industry to government. So we got to manage it properly. It has to deliver what is desired to deliver. The day of failure to deliver the required numbers has ended. When you have 50 and you deliver 45, let us know what happened to the other 5. Are there justifiable reasons why the other 5 could not complete? I hear this story about learners and stipend and discouraging them. Let me tell you, the CEO invited me to go to Springbok. Right? I drove to Springbok from here. Remote town, northern side of the, I'm told it's not far from Namibia. The program had 40 learners. And I can tell you 40 learners completed. One of the touching stories is one of the learners was part of EPWP program and went to this program and said, I want to enroll for this program. They said, because you're already part of, you're getting something from the state already, you will not be taken. And I'm told he walked 5 kilometers to where he stays and works because there's no transport, and came back and resigned as an EPW member and enrolled on a program that's supported by MICT SETA. What more of level of commitment would you need more than that? And he walked daily to the place of training because there's no transport. He didn't say, I don't have a stipend and therefore I will not be taking part in this program. I am not arguing that we should not pay the stipend. We must pay the stipend as and when it is due. But it can't be that the training programs, the priority is the stipend and the profit. The priority is the end result, the skill that you get. Some training providers come to us and say it's easy money, profit margins are big in training. And we have to, all of us here jointly, condemn that. Making profit should be a byproduct of the service that you are rendering, not that the service that you are rendering is a byproduct of making a profit. Can't work like that. So when the CEO says, I am terminating a particular service training provider because they are not delivering, I support him. I don't even ask him why. Yeah, because I trust him. So we must understand this. I trust him absolutely with his team of management. They've got my 100% support. If he said something here before I walked in, you must know I agree with him. Whatever he said, I agree with him. I'm told you said you're going to increase the stipend. So I don't know. We'll talk about that. But anyway, back to this point. The allegation made here that they are bogus training providers, I don't know them. But the numbers back in the office are telling me back in the day there has been bogus trainers whose sole responsibility was to siphon money from the SETA and thereby taking away money from the proper training providers who want to do the right job. And it is upon you guys here to report those. You must be the eyes and ears of your government. This is a government program. And you must be eyes and it's your taxpayer. It's your taxpayers' money that we are using, basically. Because when companies pay levy, it's a form of tax, and that tax is gotten from you guys and generated and put into your government, and government gives it to a SETA to go and do this training. So this is public money at the end of the day, right? It's not my money. So we can't manage this money as if we're managing our own spaza shops. We won't do that. It's public money. We've got to account for it. And to that extent, that's why we have, in one of the financial years, we've gotten a clean audit. 2019, 2020, yeah? Yeah, 2020, 2021. Yeah, got a clean audit. Because we're managing properly. Last year, we got an unqualified audit. Why did we regress? We're blaming you guys. Yeah, we regressed not because we managed the monies badly. We regressed because the training providers were not giving us accurate information. That's where the finding is. Not that we mismanaged money. In fact, we underreported. That's the reason we moved away from the clean audit. And we want to get back there. And it's you guys here who must get us there and be confident that your money is in good hands. Right? So play your role, and we'll play our role. I must address this issue in the next 3 minutes. The CEO has spoken about this. There's complaints about the low numbers. It does appear that there were some training providers who had colonized the MICT. They've got a right to big numbers. No one has got a right to any numbers. No one. Absolutely no one. So, because it does look like there was a feasting frenzy a while back, Maybe here, not here in Cape Town, I don't know. But it does appear to me that there's been a feasting frenzy. I get 100, 200, and to a point where one of the training providers was given 15. I had somebody saying 15 here. And he calls me, he says, no, what the CEO is doing is wrong. No, I applied for 700. How do you give me only 15 when I applied for 700? I said, no, before we even proceed with the discussion, the CEO is right, I agree with him. Then we can have a discussion after that, knowing that I agree with the CEO. Because there's so many training providers. But having said so, we also agree that you are also running a business, right? We're not oblivious to that fact that you got to make a living, you got to make a profit, which is why we said things of giving people 5, 10, and so on, and other small numbers is not sustainable. It gets to be costly and draining to you as a training provider, right? So we revised the numbers up. I don't know, I can't remember. My memory, I'm 50 plus now, so I don't remember all these things now. So we revised the numbers and increased the threshold, the minimum that we should give any training provider. That must make sense. But there would be peculiar situations, of course. You can't expect a radio station to train 15 people. I'm making an example. Probably could be smaller than that. So what I'm saying, as a norm, we have upped the threshold. However, we will look at situation by situation in the process. But the days of big, insanely big numbers at the disadvantage of everybody else, that is gone. Forget it. Don't even call me. Don't call anybody. If you think you've gotten, if you think your numbers are too small, please don't bother calling, because you'll get the same answer from me that you got from the CEO. So it will be a waste of your time. So, but I'm not saying let's not talk about things that are a concern from you guys. Raise issues. You're business people, but you must know, we are preparing a country that is seriously suffering from skills shortage. We're lagging behind compared to the rest of the world. And we shouldn't miss this opportunity that we have. And therefore, we depend on you to support us in the decisions that we make, to the extent that these decisions are in the interest of the country that you are and is yours. And you've got to be proud of being South Africans. And being proud of being South Africans is also doing the right thing and stop stealing and doing all the other funny things that are being reported. So I thought probably it's important for me to state these things. The last thing, one of the issues that that is a concern from the minister, and I must say this, please, those who are on radio and newspaper, tell them that I said, we are lucky to have a minister like Blade Nzimande for various reasons. Let me give you 3. 1, he says, the sitters must stop being sitters of Johannesburg, 17 Midrand. They must be sitters of the country, and not only urban areas. They must go to rural areas, not only affluent areas. They must go to townships. That's what the minister told me when he appointed me. That's 1. 2 is that I've served many ministers in board. It's my way of living, sitting in boards, because I'm unemployed. So one of the things that I've served with many ministers, but one thing about Blade Nzimande, there's no day that I've ever gotten a call say, please, Chair, come, we have got a discussion on how we must start allocating the SETA monies, where should they go? He says, give me a report on the impact that you're making. So what more from an executive authority would you need if a person who supports you and leaves the board to do its work without interfering? That's what we want, good governance. The third issue, he says, which is the main point, what is the impact of this money that you are spending? as SETAs? Do you just get happy to report numbers? We trained 100, 10,000, whatever number. But what impact does it make? And I've said to the CEO now, we need then on a quarterly basis to start tracking those that come out of the system. Where are they? What are they doing? Is it making any difference? Because if we don't do that, what we are practically doing is just taking money from government. Both as trained, we are assisting as a SETA, you to just have money for business without making the impact that you're supposed to be making. And that cannot be right. The CEO should and must start talking to you guys in one form or the other to say, if we gave you 20 people to train on this skill and other, where are they? What are they doing? Are we training them for the streets? So I think these are things that we should be concerned about. And with that, I am getting hungry myself. And that will be the only reason that I'll have to stop, because I have to eat. With that, and I must thank you, colleagues, for making time. And I'm sure the CEO is going to allow me to say you are invited for lunch. And the lunch is paid for. If you don't eat, it will be fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The session is adjourned. Thank you.
Colleagues, I'm not speaking over the chairperson of the board, but I just want to make quick announcements. Your parking tickets, if you could please just give your current ones, we will give you vouchers. And then lunch is served on level 2 at Daisy and Frisia. And then the third announcement, based on the confirmation email that we all received, there's an evaluation form there that you need to complete online. Thank you. Alternatively, you can just visit our website to do that. The presentation will be made available. Thanks.